fuck's sake.
That's the greatest intro ever. Good morning, everyone. But not really. I'm not awake at all, and I've only had one cup of coffee this morning, so I may go back for more. Anyways, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the early watch, where hopefully nothing goes wrong. Hold on, let me go knock on wood real quick. Okay, so yeah, hopefully nothing will go wrong today, but no promises. So we got topics today. Topics galore. What? I have no idea, but we got topics.
Well, I'm posting a bunch of them in the side chat.
Yeah, Tony's posted a bunch of them in the side chat. We'll probably go over one or two or three or four. It depends on how far we get. We got the gun movie of the day, we've got the gun book of the day, and we got the gun TV series of the day. So, and I know we've been doing the same TV series all week, but when we're going to do series, we're going to do it, by season, because if we can get away with that, there are much more guns in each season of a TV series if it's a long-running one. So that's why. Just FYI, because it's something for us to do and fill in an extra hour of aisle chat. All right, so which do you want to start with, Tony? It's all up to you, man. I don't know where to start.
Just start at the first one I posted. Which is basically the Social Security thing that come out a couple months ago, where people who weren't able to handle their own finances were going to be considered ineligible to buy a gun or own a gun.
Congress to challenge gun ban for some mentally impaired, right?
Correct.
Well, I remember hearing that a lot of Republicans that were running during the elections, they were running on this is one of the platforms. So this is another of their campaign promise that they're actually trying to make good on. So,
right, I just grabbed shit that I thought needed to be mentioned or could stir some conversation, and this is a good thing that's actually happening.
Yeah, because let's be honest, there are some people that go and get help, and then because they realize that they need help. That means they're not as crazy as they think they are, but the issue is they realize and understand that they need help. They go and get rehabilitated, and even though they get rehabilitated, they're not crazy or anything, and they've gotten help. In some states, you get blacklisted just for going and getting help. California.
Well, especially if it's help doing your freaking managing your money, because if you were to take a random sample of today's high school graduates, there would be a fair percent of them that would not be able to manage a checkbook.
I'm a high school graduate.
Do you manage your checkbook?
I don't use a checkbook. I know how.
You need one.
I know how. I just don't use a checkbook because I don't write checks. I
don't either.
I use card, or I just take cash out and use cash.
I have a checking account, but only for the card. I don't.
Well, it's not to say I don't know how to balance a checkbook. Okay, I know how to do all that. My father's an accountant. If I didn't know how to do that, that'd be fucking crazy.
I wasn't pointing a finger at you, actually, but there is a lot of kids that graduate high school that don't really meet the minimum requirements of living life on their own.
That's because their parents haven't taught them the proper information. And morning, Stephen. But yeah, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, where I'm going with this, doesn't make it
being stupid doesn't mean you're mentally impaired. It just means you're stupid.
That's what I'm saying. Where because you can't manage your expenses or your finances, you doesn't mean you should be barred from owning a gun, for Christ's sake.
Right. But what I was getting at that does coincide with this is, there are some instances where people get, they get help. It's probably mental help. Like, they go and either commit themselves, or they go and talk to a psychiatrist or a therapist to get help because they recognize that they need it. And in some states, the state goes and labels them just like they label every other crazy person and bars them from owning guns. It's like that in a couple states. I don't know. I know California is one of them, and I'm not trying to rag on California. I'm just saying that it happens a lot there.
Well, evidently Alaska ain't one.
Yeah, Alaska isn't one, so that's good. But
it's good until it don't work.
The issue is this could help the people that went and got help and then want to own firearms but are being barred to by their state.
All right.
So I support the whole measure where they're trying and what they're trying to do. So I'm not trying to dissuade or do anything on that.
The next item that I posted was firearms freedom advocate sentenced to jail for claiming Islam is at war with the West.
It's already starting.
Australian firearms legislation liberation campaigner. Jesus Christ.
Austrian firearm legislation liberalization campaigner Dr. George Zakaredzik has been sentenced to 5 months in prison for claiming that Islam has declared war on the Western world. Well, that's no fucking news. That's been like the last fucking 30 years.
The reason that this was pointed, what stuck out in my mind when I read it was that this fucker is sentenced to 5 years for saying that is a fucking fact on the grounds of hate speech.
The fact they say it all the damn time, in the Middle East, but unfortunately in Europe, that's where Austria is. It's just it's south of Germany.
Where the hell Austria is at?
Yeah, you know where it is?
Yes, I know where it is.
Okay. Well, this is for the Gun Channel's members that don't know where Austria is. It's in like the southeastern part of Europe. Okay. And the issue is with Europe as a whole is they're trying to get rid of guns completely in Europe so that no one can own them, no one has them. But at the same time, when you do that, you get situations like Paris, where you got some crazy guy who goes into a theater and shoots people up and then starts, exploding bombs. And they jail a guy for saying that when he's talking about the truth. Granted, he maybe should have said more so extremist Islam followers do this, but it may not have even mattered the wording of it, because if they're this is the extreme liberalism in itself. You don't want this to happen in America. It happens in Europe.
Right. This is the bullet we just dodged with Trump.
Oh, Trump wouldn't have done something like this.
No. If Hillary had won the election,
remember
the American.
Hillary's trying to campaign. She says, "I think we need to reassess the First Amendment and make changes to the First Amendment." That was in her campaign speech. This is, technically this is against his, in America it would be against his free speech, but you don't have that in Austria.
I just wanted to bring that up just for people who start to doubt Trump because he's looking a little goofy with all the shit going on right now, which I kind of blow off because of media bias. Dodged with Trump concerning Hillary getting elected. This is a good example of that shit.
I tell you one thing, all these protesters saying they're going to blow up the White House or do this or that, I really want to see them arrested because, yes, you have a freedom of speech, but that only goes so far. If you say something that you're going to, or you want to, or you're going to do something, illegal, then yeah, guess what? That freedom of speech has consequences. And the consequence is you get arrested for that kind of thing. And
Madonna just needs to take her old fucking ass back to her fucking mansion and shut the fuck up.
Well, I think it's too late. She already said it. And the thing is, what is said cannot be unsaid. Granted, this is different than that situation with Islamophobia and whatnot. But the issue is, we have freedom of speech, so all they do is criticize her instead of arrest her. But in Austria, they arrested him for saying that.
Right. I guarantee you 4 or 8 years of Hillary and we'd be there.
Dude, if Hillary had gotten elected, I was ready to go and just join whoever was starting the Civil War. Because, oh my God, I do not.
Well, I'm not going to say what I was prepared to do because it could be considered a crime in every goddamn state in the nation. Next on the agenda, before I dig myself into a fucking jail cell.
Only in Austria.
And this is kind of a kudos to the Obama administration in a way, but not. It's more about proving Trump's point for the temporary ban of people coming from terrorist countries.
I like how they stated high risk travelers instead of refugees.
Ever open?
Yeah.
Well, you can start going through it because I can't say nothing until it opens because I don't remember.
Travelers means that they're coming and then they're going away. But with refugees, that means they're coming to stay with us when we don't want them here.
Well, granted, Trump did say we need to ban all Muslims and just left it as a blanket statement like that. Then soon he started saying temporary ban. You bet these people. And given the situation in the world, I don't
It's not
dispute.
safe.
And I do not think we should ever allow hundreds of thousands of refugees from another country in here. I personally don't think we should do it at all. I mean, if you want to travel to the United States, do so. But we shouldn't relocate people here. But
I'm more of the opinion on this.
If you're going to do that, make sure you know who the fuck you're bringing.
Right. But I'm more of the opinion on this with what Trump said during one of his speeches the other day about this. He said, we should go over there to their country and make a safe area and safe zones for them to live in while this whole conflict is going on instead of having them come to our country and causing problems. And I kind of agree with this. Get the UN over there, to protect these people's homes or something, or one certain area for them to live in where it's safe until the danger is over, and then they can go and rebuild their own country.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, that's what the UN is supposed to be for. It's supposed to keep people protected in case of situations like this. It's supposed to stop wars in situations like this, but it's not. The UN's not working anymore. Granted, some people can argue saying the UN is doing its job. I don't think it is. It hasn't done its job for a long while. We still have wars. We still have conflict. So, you know, granted, yes, this is my skewed view. I'm sorry, I'm giving you my opinion, but I don't see the reason why they have to come over to our country or go to millions or go to hundreds of other countries just because they don't want to be in a war zone.
I have been of the mindset for many, many moons that this drone war bullshit just is not the answer. It takes boots on the ground going in and clearing shit out to do the job that they're trying to do.
No. Yeah,
and
of course.
On the UN, I think the UN's big concern is becoming the one world government.
And that's great as long as they leave America alone.
Well, they can't leave America alone if they're wanting to be the government of the whole damn world.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, they can leave America alone as it is and then, take care of the rest of the world because it desperately needs it more than we do. But
I hate to wade into the tinfoil hat area, but if you look at what measures the UN proposes toward the United States, these arms treaties and shit,
I want none of them.
Trying to take control.
Yeah, I got your control right here. It's called an AK-47.
Yeah. I would cock my Sigma, but it doesn't need to be cocked because it's already loaded and ready to go, motherfucker.
Yeah, the same thing with my my Beretta 92 and my 1911. My 1911 is always ready for duty.
That's a joke for the Hollywood guys that every time they move from one room to another, they re-rack their fucking gun. Dude, you just emptied the fucking magazine on that thing without firing a shot.
Yep. Well, my 1911 is cocked and locked.
I don't.
The thing is, with the 1911, you have to cock the hammer in order to put the safety on. That's why they say cocked and locked.
I know why. I get that. I have a single action pistol that works nearly identical to the 1911, except it does have safety, an extra safety, I should say.
Are you ever going to get a 1911 down the line, or?
I would like to, but I don't know that money's ever going to be there to get a gun that I ain't got use for.
Well, have you thought about maybe getting like a Rock Island? Those are pretty good.
Yeah. But, my yearly income averaged $7,000 a year the last 2 years. Well, no, $8,000.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
So extra money for a handgun that I don't have immediate use for just ain't there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I've been saying. I have to plan. I want a new carry gun, but I don't necessarily need it. So it can go on the back burner, but the hunting revolver, I have a need for that, and I have to do it well before time because when it comes to hunting season, I wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah. You have to do it before or after hunting season, right?
Right. I have to do it when I get that big tax refund. It's the only time I can do it right now.
Right.
And the old lady wants a carry gun, so we're going to do that now. And then I don't know. I
She's
might.
getting smart.
She getting what?
She's getting smart.
I don't know. This guy.
Anyways, what do you want to go talk about next? Do you want to keep going on with these, or do you want to just go on to something else?
Let's keep going with these.
Okay, we'll keep going with these.
Next up,
I'll let you take this one.
next up is the one I wanted to get to first, actually. All new York Police Department patrol cars to get bulletproof inserts for their windows. Officials in New York City say Mayor Bill de Blasio's administration will spend more than $10 million on bullet-resistant window inserts for all New York PD patrol cars in the next 2 years.
Why should they have bulletproof windows when they don't allow their citizens to own guns? Well, they do, but they don't.
Now, they say that they're using asset forfeiture funds to outfit their 3,813 patrol cars with inserts.
That means they're stealing from the people just so they can fund this.
Right, so that's more incentive to confiscate shit.
Yep. Gross abuse of power.
Exactly. It just, when I read this, it just struck me as what the hell do I want to say? Kind of ironic, even after all their Safe Act bullshit, they still got to do more to protect their officers, which I have no problem with protecting police officers. I mean, Chicago police, fuck yeah, they need bulletproof windows. There's clear and stated need for protection in big cities that have to go into areas where there's lots of crime. But New York's done everything possible to make that city completely safe. So they say. You know, it struck me as funny when I read it. Okay. Another one. For all you AK guys out there, there's going to be a Kalashnikov monument opening in Russia here pretty soon, should you want to fly over there and see that sucker. He's supposed to be holding a Type 2 milled receiver AK. And for this one, I will post the link to it in the text chat here. Wants to look at it, can. Right, there's a couple more things I would like to get to. Damn it.
Ugh. Well, what are we talking about now?
Happened. This popped out this morning. SD Tactical Arms of Prescott, Arizona, has been banned from selling automotive freeze plugs, which are used in the manufacture of silencer kits. So basically, the ATF has determined that automotive freeze plugs are silencer parts, and they're not allowing people to sell them anymore.
I'm going to have to go buy some.
Evidently,
I have to buy some from locally. I know a few shops that sell them locally.
Evidently, the ATF listens to this show because I mentioned this suppressor kit on Amazon the other day.
No, they don't listen to us. We don't rank that high on the ATS, list.
You may not.
Yeah, well, if you wouldn't, spout on about the Davy Crockett stuff, they wouldn't listen.
Why in the hell would they worry about that? That's something that's not even fucking logically obtainable.
Well, you've got them all riled up, and this is what happens. And I'm surprised this is happening after Trump is put into office, because this is odd. Didn't he replace the ATF director, or isn't he trying to?
Well, I'm sure he's trying to.
Because this director that we've got is awful.
No shit.
He really should say, either get in line with the rest of us or you're fired. And, the ATF director's like, you can't fire me. And Trump was like, you want to bet? How much do you want to bet?
Okay, you're going to our new North Pole ATF outpost, buddy.
Yeah. North Pole. No, send them to Antarctica.
The next thing I want to discuss is an article about Trump bringing to bear his pen on these executive actions.
That's more than Obama's done.
And I will post a link in the chat so people can look at it if they want to, because I just don't want to fucking read it all.
Oh man, when is he doing this? Is he doing this today, or is he doing this this week?
I do not know. I think this is a wish list,
A wish list. Yeah. What I would like Trump to do is I would like him to reverse the importation ban of all those M1 Garands and carbines from Korea that they wanted to sell to the CMP, because the issue is on that is Obama banned them, saying we didn't need them in our country. But the issue is we sold those guns. Those guns were made here in the United States, and we sold those guns to Korea, South Korea.
Would you allow me to read through the list of the things that they're asking for action on?
Yeah, sorry, I just went on a tangent. I apologize.
Removing the U.S. from the anti-gun UN's arms trade treaty, number one. Number two, repealing the bullet and gun import bans ongoing from Barack Obama to George H.W. Bush's semi-auto import ban. Number three, repealing the suspension of health privacy laws with respect to gun owners. Number four, repealing executive actions encouraging doctors to inquire about gun ownership and entering this information into a federal database. Number five, restoring gun rights for 257,000 law-abiding veterans. And lastly, number six, repealing Obama's efforts to strip Social Security recipients of their guns merely because a guardian processes their checks. And that's what the author of this article posted as the wish list, basically. So that is the thing you was talking about is on this list.
Yeah. Sorry. It's just, I really wanted $1,000, but I'm not paying $900 for one. No, you shouldn't blame me for that either, because that's a ridiculous price for $1,000. Especially a used, beat-up, field-grade one.
Then at the end of it, there's an old joke that goes, "What do you call 10,000 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean?" Answer: good start. And the last thing I got on this list, unless I missed a
Uh-oh.
couple, which
He's got one of those lists. Run for it, guys.
I don't have a list. This whole thing has been from a list that I made, so I remember all this shit. It seems that there's a tendency for today's hipsters from San Francisco, of course, have found a new hobby where they play Russian roulette with a taser.
Well,
Basically,
less dangerous than using a revolver. I'll give them that, but still pretty dangerous.
and basically it's done at a bar or something, because it says that video footage that they obtained show waiters serving 3 beers and a 6-shooter stun gun to 2 men and a tattooed woman sitting at a table at the bar, or in the bar, I'm sorry. The trio takes turns playing the game as one down from the number 5. The woman goes first. Nothing happens. She passes the firearm to the one of the others, who spins the cylinder and does it again. Nothing happens. The third guy does the same thing, squeezes the trigger, getting his electric shock.
Yeah. That can be dangerous, especially if the person has a pacemaker. And here's the thing: pacemakers aren't just for old people. Some young people have them too, just because the factor that some people have weak hearts. The pacemaker's there to keep it running.
Well, I don't have one, but my doctor and specialists are talking about me getting one pretty soon.
Yeah. That's one thing. If you get one, look out for metal detectors. Don't go under a metal detector if you got a pacemaker, because, they'll fuck with the pacemakers.
I can't wrap my mind around the stupidity of people.
I laugh at it, but to a more to a lighter note, why don't we talk about what's going on in I guess Russia?
I did. There's supposed to be an AK monument coming out pretty soon.
Yeah,
You're talking about something else.
yeah, that's the one. They're supposed to be coming out with a monument to Mikhail Kalashnikov in Moscow, which is pretty neat. He's one of their.
No, I just talked about this fucking 5 minutes ago.
Did you? I didn't hear you. So I'm going over it again because I want to.
Supposed to be a Type 2 AK with the milled receiver.
Yeah. It's a nice statue. I'll give him that.
I posted it in the freaking chat.
There we go. AKs for everyone.
I can see how much attention I get paid to here.
Sorry, I was reading that that presidential thing. The executive, the orders, the wish list, and I got sidetracked because I saw that link first.
You can't use your ears and eyes at the same time?
No, not at all. Not this morning. Not enough coffee.
Okay. I'll give you that one.
I've only had 1 cup. That's not enough. I need at least 2 or 3.
Well, I'm on my third, but it is a big cup. Steve says the dude came up with that taser game while he was in a coma.
Well, unfortunately for us, he didn't stay in that coma.
I was thinking something like that, but I was going to refrain from saying it.
Well, I'm the kind of asshole that will say it.
Usually I am too.
And apparently Congress is going to reverse this Obama Social Security gun ban. I know we broached the subject, but I found another link about it. They're talking about it, so it's good that they're actually doing something this time around instead of getting elected and not doing a fucking thing for like 4 years.
Yeah, taking a slight turn back to the media and Trump, I will say that they're saying that this is the busiest fucking first week of presidency they ever saw.
It's because Trump actually doing something is making everybody else want to get off their ass and work too. Because he's going with the no-nonsense bullshit saying, hey, let's get shit done instead of sit on our asses twiddling our thumbs. Now, granted, he said it differently, but it has merit.
Yeah. I just hope his ego ain't going to be a problem.
Yeah. And somehow I have lost mod status on the early watch chat room. Can you click on me and make me a mod again?
I don't know.
Just left click on my thing in the chat room, on my name in the chat room, and then say make mod.
I think. Hell yeah.
If you can do that. If not, that's fine. So.
Oh, right click, left click. Duh.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I think it's the chat punishing you for not paying attention to me.
It may be, and I totally deserve that. But yeah. All right, what we got? We're gonna get this morning. We got anything else? You see any other
collected over the past 2 days as news? Mostly yesterday while I was waiting for you to get done with what you was doing.
Yeah, sorry about that. It took longer than I wanted it to.
It's all right. I just trying to make it go a little bit better, and we can bring this shit back up in a couple hours when more people show up. The ones that are
this one kind of pisses me off.
Reasonably relevant.
It's a quote of the day from The Truth About Guns. Gun-free zones, the key to a functioning democracy. Have you never read the words of Ben Franklin? We're not a democracy. We're a republic. Not just because we have Republicans in office right now. It's our government was styled more so in the way of a republic.
Listen to the fucking Pledge of Allegiance once in a while, and to this republic in which it stands.
Yeah, it's like my great grandfather, I think it's 3 great grandfather. He fought in the Civil War, and he fought for the Union side, and he was in the Grand Army of the Republic. So what the fuck?
To be honest, and I'm sure that everybody that's in our audience here on gun channels is well aware of this, but to the person who passes by and doesn't understand the concept, democracy is mob rule in political terms. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it's 4 grades. I messed up because it was my grandmother's great grandfather. So no, it might have been. It might have been 3. I'm not so sure, but he was a Civil War veteran. So yeah, he actually fought and came back, which not a lot of people in those days did.
Thank you, Mr. Minet.
I don't think Monet had anything to do with it.
The hell you say? The reason most of them didn't come back was a fucking mini ball, Minet ball.
No. It wasn't because of the mini ball. It was because of the. Well, yeah, I guess it was the mini ball. Think about it. You're right. The cone shaped ones, the ones that are almost exactly identical to the current modern day bullets. Yeah. At least the round themselves, not the actual cartridge, but the yeah. That's 3
Probably
grades.
one of the
Thank you, Angry. I'm not good with that kind of thing. It just over my head.
one of the cleverest innovations in firearms was the mini ball, however you want to say it. It's Minet. It's proper, but hell, we all call it mini.
Minier ball. I don't like French, so. And the guy was French, so.
Goddamn, Beth. No more. Don't
You
ever
okay?
have kids.
What happened?
Nothing.
Do you have to watch the little shitlins?
More than I want to. I did it the whole time she was deployed. At least while the wife was at work, and she worked full time, and every extra minute she could.
Well, look at
But
it this
the end of
way.
it,
Look at it this way, Tony. Eventually, they're either going to make you proud or make you, disappointed with them even more.
I'm proud of all my kids and grandkids, for that matter.
Well, I mean the grandkids. They're either going to make you very proud, or you're just going to be very depressed at how much they fucked up.
So far, they're all pro-gun. The young granddaughter is especially pro-gun.
Oh,
At
thank
4.
God. There's still some left. But I'm telling you right now, Tony, don't let them turn into like Flippy. Don't let them turn into Flippy.
I got nothing against Flippy.
Oh boy, these are dark days. Where has Flippy been? I haven't seen him around for a long while.
He's been in. He was in here earlier this morning.
Was he?
In gun channels, he was. Or maybe it was yesterday morning.
Huh. And while I do rag on Flippy, he enjoys the attention. He doesn't care. I just do it just to see if he'll jump in. And yeah, Steven is right. We got to get them when they're young so that they'll understand and appreciate guns instead of the opposite. Because there's too many fucking liberals already.
Well, it's up to us, the generation of gun owners, meaning the ones who actually old enough to own guns now, to pass it on to the younger.
I mean, I don't have kids, thank God. Because that would mean I'd have to be married. And don't say no, you don't have to be married. The issue is I'm Catholic. Yes, I do. So
You could go drop a kid and then say, I committed a sin, I'm sorry, and say 150 Hail Marys and be done with it.
I'm not going to do that, thank you. No.
I'm not suggesting that you do. I'm just saying you could. That Flippy's in chat right now in the main room.
Yeah, what the hell, Flippy? Get in here. We want to hear your crazy ideas. Oh God, what did I just say? It says he's there, but I don't know if he's there.
I'm not one of those people who think that their religion has to be the absolute only way to get to heaven. You know, I don't oppose Catholics or Jews or.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not a great Catholic. I admit that, but the issue is I can't support a child, and I'm not going to go out of my way to make a child with someone I don't love and I'm not married to just to have a child.
Well, no, I wouldn't even suggest that other than joking.
Yeah.
There's other ways of reaching kids without actually having any.
Right. It's like volunteering or something. That's how you can make an impact on people's lives.
On one of the things I was flipping through yesterday looking for shit for the show, I seen where they were debating a little bit about the Eddie Eagle program, if I remember correctly. And somebody suggested that they make it mandatory to teach gun safety in school. And I'm like, yes, at least I ain't the only one that fucking thinks that.
Actually, they kind of passed a law about that here in South Carolina.
You know, teaching a kid gun safety is in no way putting a freaking gun in their hand. Basically,
No, it's just teaching them about how guns work. I mean, and I'll be honest, I think more people in America should learn at least the very basics of how guns are supposed to work, because some people just believe that they can just be fired without even touching or even pulling the trigger or cocking the hammer or even pulling the slide back. They think they can just magically, shoot someone without any personal intervention, which is fucking stupid.
And if they hit whatever you're aiming at from 1,000 yards away.
Shit, if I had that kind of accuracy, I wouldn't have to buy as many rounds.
Just to bust the chops of that little fallacy, it takes a very special motherfucker to be able to hit his target at $1,000 away, 1,000 yards away.
1,000 yards, yeah.
It ain't freaking simple.
But at the same time, it takes a very special fucker to suggest that anyone can do that.
Can I do it? Probably.
Can I? Probably not.
I don't have the gun that would be capable of doing it much because of the light barrel weight of my one long range rifle. But let's be honest, in my life, there's not much use of 1,000-yard shot, just other than being able to make it.
Steven, he plays Call of Duty. Okay. Find out which version of Call of Duty he plays, okay? And see if they have any guns you can get a semi-automatic version of, and then say, "Hey, I'm going to the range. Do you want to go with me?" And show him either a picture or show him that gun, and I bet you 10-1 he'll say, "Hell yeah, I want to go."
Honestly, I've seen a number of people that have went from the Call of Duty type first person shooter games to real guns.
Real guns, because they don't realize that you can actually get semi-automatic versions of literally all those guns. Granted, you can't get full auto because it's illegal, after 86. But you can still get the semi-auto, and some people are good enough. He has zero interest. Okay.
Just be patient, man.
Is he 12 or is he like 14? Because it also depends on age, too.
It also depends on whether he's got laid yet or not.
Maybe he's a late bloomer. Give him another year or two.
Yeah, he's just starting to get into the fact that girls ain't quite so yicky as he thought they were.
Yeah.
And then for a couple of years after that, it's girls. That's it. Video games and girls. And at some point, hopefully, he learns that girls are actually bad. And
Either that or he'll have a kid of his own.
I was being hopeful.
I'm not. Fuck that. For once, I agree with no on that one because, yeah, there you go.
I don't know that I agree, but it's funny as hell.
Well, no, it's only in the situation where he wants to get the kid interested.
Was there a Call of Duty when you were 6, though?
Yeah, there wasn't a Call of Duty when I started using guns because, I learned guns in Tucson when I was 4 years old, and that was during the 80s. There was no Call of Duty then.
Hell, when my youngest was 6, there wasn't a Call of Duty. We had Duck Hunt.
Oh, man, I had Duck Hunt. Oh, I love Duck Hunt. But that dog, fun? I tell you, is a fucking asshole.
Which Duck Hunt was fun, but my number 3 kid, 3. God damn, I can't keep him straight. Figured out early on how to cheat. And we lived in a house that had white painted walls in the room that the video game was in. She found out that if you pointed it at the wall to the side of the television, at a right angle to the side, that it would hit every damn time. Then the game lost its appeal. Cheating little rat.
Well, you could have gotten the other game that used the gun. It was the one. It's the Old West Shootout one.
What I got was Cabela's Big Game Hunting.
That works too.
That was actually entertaining as hell for a while.
Yeah.
You got to understand, at the time, I didn't have a hell of a lot of time for video games because I was working security for the feds, and man, I was gone for got a lot of the time, 14, 16 hours a day at work.
Yeah. I myself, I learned guns when I was young, back in the days before the internet, because technically I'm the last generation that remembers a time before the internet.
Do you remember a time before cable TV? Because I do. Hell, I remember a time before color TV.
I don't know if I remember a time before cable. I remember a time before we had cable. They were just using antennas, but that's as far as I can remember because I was just a wee little tyke.
I can remember before we had color television because I remember. Now, to be honest, and I don't know how, but I can remember the Kennedy assassination playing on TV, the news clips.
Yeah.
And I would have been 2. Well, 2.5. Because that was November of 63, and I was born in July of 61. But I have pictures in my head of the TV broadcast for Kennedy. And I don't know if I'm remembering it because I've seen it on some of these specials. But I also remember Gilligan's Island in black and white. And watching Star Trek in black and white because I had black and white TV. It was actually in color. So it would have been like somewhere mid-late 60s that I'm remembering not having color TV, but that was the era where a lot of stuff was made in black and white still too for television.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Even into the late '80s and even early mid '90s, they still made black and white televisions, and you could still find them everywhere.
I
Because
was actually
I had more than a couple. I even had a portable television at one point that took like 8 D batteries that was black and white because they
yeah,
didn't
I
make
had
them in
one of
color.
those. I also in 1967 or 68, my stepdad bought me a portable TV, and I was probably one of the only kids in the area that had their own. I know what he was doing. He was getting me the fuck out of the way of his television,
Yeah, it was giving you your own television where you could go anywhere and just watch it,
which,
which you probably did, right?
yeah, I don't remember, but the only thing I remember about that TV was they pawned it in Phoenix, Arizona when we was going to California to get gas money.
Well, that sucks.
Nah, it was all right. Couldn't watch it in the car anyway.
Really?
Hell no. Hell, that was a freaking tube television, buddy.
I wouldn't
wasn't
even
an-
watch in the car.
Well, I got two right now sitting in front of me. I can watch in the car. For 12 volt. In fact, I'm using one as a monitor for this computer that I'm on. Element brand El Cheapo Chinese import shit from Walmart. Things work fine.
Yeah, I had one a lot like this
I
one
got a Sanyo sitting.
right here in the.
I have a Sanyo sitting here.
I know that's a long link, but you know that first one, that white one, mine was a lot like that.
I had one of those black with a silver accents and a silver bezel around the TV tube, the picture tube.
That first one where it shows that it's got that knob on the side.
Oh, this is pictures, so it's going to take me about 10 minutes to see it.
Okay, well when you do see it, I had one like that, except it was a little longer in the back and it was black.
Now move over one and down one. And that's basically what I was talking about right there.
What, the black one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had one of those.
I do have a Game Gear that has the adapter for TV, but I don't use it because I can't get signal anymore because they got rid of it. I'd have to use a digital converter with it, and it's a pain in the ass to do that. So it's not portable anymore.
I don't know when I had that. It would have been in the 90s.
Later in the 90s, like we're talking like 99, I had one of those handheld color TVs because I got it for my birthday.
I don't know. It ain't opened yet to see the one you're talking about.
And then
yeah. That's actually kind of cool in a Lost in Space kind of way.
You know, that one. I had that one. It looked exactly like that, only it was a little longer in the back, and it was black.
That's something which might be worth some money today.
Yeah. I think it broke or I threw it away or something. So, or donated it.
I picked up these two Element TVs either last year, year before last. One was $100 and the other one was like 120.
As I said, I had one of those handheld TVs, that they made back in the 90s, the color ones. But the issue is, one time I went through the airport, it was in my luggage, and fucking assholes at the airport, they stole it out of my bag. They stole my TV.
That would piss me off. But these two that I just bought are 12 volt.
Yeah.
And my newest Blu-ray player is also 12 volt.
Yeah, be good.
So I did that so I could take them with us if we took the kids on a trip somewhere. then I went and bought a couple of tablets instead, a couple Windows tablets, and just take a hard drive full of movies. It's a hell of a lot easier than trying to take a fucking DVD player with you. Or Blu-ray, whatever.
We can get one of those portable DVD players.
I almost bought them, and the going to the TV was a cheaper route overall than buying two of them. You know, because what I got here is a 21-inch TV, and it was $120. And I think the 12-volt version of the Blu-ray player was like $60. It wasn't very expensive.
Okay.
And my Suburban's already set up to power at least 3 of that type of 12-volt accessory.
My cat has decided to jump up on my lap. So, if you're hearing a bell, that's what that is.
You want a BB gun? I can tell you how to stop that.
Oh, no. He's a good cat. He's not bad. He's being nice.
A good cat can't jump because the only good cat's a dead one.
Okay, you stop that. My cat is nice.
Come here, kitty.
Don't you dare.
Actually,
you try that on my cat, Tony, and you're definitely going to need that pacemaker. I'll tell you that.
I shot at one of my furry fuckers here with my little Marksman cheap ass spring pistol. But cat didn't even flinch. She got so much fur. It looked at me like, "What was that?"
It just bounced right off.
I ain't gonna shoot it with something that would hurt it.
Yeah, well, as I told you before, my cat's more like a dog than he is a cat. But you know, he still mews.
So. I don't give a shit, man. I don't like cats for very specific reasons, but a house cat really doesn't fall into that category.
I mean, my cat.
I do not like cats rubbing my freaking legs or jumping on my lap and shit. And most of the time, our cats won't. They can sense that I don't like them. But the one that I talked about, the fucker come in here and jumped on me about 4 times. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, mine's a good cat. So
when it didn't even flinch at Marksman, I just got up, threw the cat back outside. Get out of here.
Yeah, I know you're not a cat person, but I like all animals. I mean, I like dogs. I like cats. You know, my cat was a stray, and he acted more like a dog than he did anything. So we kept him.
Like I said, cats as a pet, I have no problem with people having a cat, especially if it's a mouser. You know,
he does.
This serves a purpose. It's fine.
Before we
cats out in the wild,
yeah,
feral stuff, I kill every one of them I come across.
I don't know about this guy because he was a stray, and you know he just came to our house and started bringing stuff to our front porch and saying, "Hey, look what I caught! Hey, look what I caught!"
Would he come up to you?
And he would come up, rub up against us, say, "Hey, how's it going?"
He was something somebody had and made a pet out of, and then either wandered off or they dumped it.
They probably dumped him.
A true feral, you'd have a hard time catching some bitch.
No, this guy will come and jump in your lap and just lay down and sleep. So, what?
Shut up, cat.
Be quiet. All right, fine. Go on. Anyways, but yeah.
You do a GC plug?
Yeah, it is about that time, isn't it? So if you're listening to this and you're not part of Gun Channels, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you that kind of asshole that just likes to just I forgot where I'm going with this. Wait, I got it. Are you that kind of asshole that just likes to stalk people on the internet? Stop that. Go to gunchannels.com, join gun channels, and take part of the fucking conversation. Don't be one of those weird people. Damn it.
There goes two or three more of your subscribers.
Fuck it. I already lost. I was up to 300 yesterday. Now I'm down, and I woke up this morning. I'm down back to 299. So just fuck it.
Quit being so goddamn abrasive.
That ain't gonna happen. Join gun channels or don't. It's up to you.
That's not right. Join gun channels. If you want to hear this, if you're interested in guns or interested in what goes on in the gun community and you're anti-gun, come on over and join anyway. We will have a conversation with you. I cannot guarantee it'll be overly civil at all points, but some of the guys will try to be civil. I won't, because I think you're a fucking idiot. But feel free to come on over.
What Tony said, times 2.
That was a joke, by the way, for you snowflakes that don't get humor.
Well, they're snowflakes. That's the point. That's the problem. End point. All right. So what are we doing now?
I don't know. I don't know if I got any more that I want to touch on or not.
Yeah, neither do I.
Give me just a minute here to look. What the fuck did I do with it? There it is. Oh, here's a good one.
Okay.
Hang on, let me paste it into the
Chat.
Ah. All right, where the fuck's undo? I just fucked up.
Control C. Control Z. Excuse me. C is copy. Z is undo.
Thank you. I did not know that. Learn something new every day. Obama's CDC says that silencers are the best option for hearing protection.
Well, they weren't Obama CDC. It's technically Trump CDC now.
The study was done long before it was Trump's CDC, I can tell you.
Oh. Take that, aunties. Take that.
I'll peruse and read through the article when it finally pops up.
You don't have to, but it's appreciated.
Okay, basically their statement says noise monitoring results indicated all participants TWA noise exposures exceeded those of the whatever. Some exceeded OSHA, but none exceeded the OSHA PES, whatever the fuck that is. It says that their electronic gear is not able to pick up sound from accurate measurement sound of gunfire because it's too loud. And it goes on to say the only potentially effective noise control method to reduce students or instructors' noise exposure from gunfire is through the use of noise suppressors that can be attached to the end of a gun barrel. And then it says, however, some states do not permit civilians to use suppressors. So there you have that.
All right, awesome. Tony, it's about that time this morning. I'm gonna make a coffee run.
Well, great. Now that I've went through every fucking thing that I had,
Well, guys, we're running out of topics, and unlike Jimmy, I refuse to give people bad lists like Jimmy does. Jimmy does it just to torture you guys. I don't, and I won't do that kind of thing. So, I don't know what
I
to tell
don't
you.
either, but that's only because I don't have the internet capability to look it up at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's all this stuff that I put out earlier. I looked up over the past couple of days, and I just made myself a notepad list to keep it because I can't remember shit once I sleep.
Oh, shit, check this out, Jimmy. Not Jimmy, but Tony. Why I'm saying Jimmy? What the hell? Sorry. Been a long day. Or a long morning, at least. See if I can get the actual link. I'm gonna link you in a second. I saw this on. I got an email on this. You might want to get the right link. Fuck. All right. So while we're doing that, here we go. Check this out, Tony. Military grade, 12 gauge, buckshot.
It comes in military green.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know this because I have some.
Here's the link for everyone out there. I saw that. Just got that in the email. I may or may not get a couple of those.
Well, I'll comment once it opens and I can see how much it costs.
$4.77 a box.
And
for
then
5
shipping on
cartridges.
top of it?
Probably.
I bought it locally for $3.50.
Yeah, I can't find the military stuff locally.
You guys have Farm and Fleet?
Nope, not out here.
That's where I found it. I bought it, and I bought some slugs too.
All right. Well, I want to go get some coffee. So, Dead Horse, if you want to jump in and help Tony fill the dead air,
please.
So, on that note, I'll be right back.
Depending on shipping, that still ain't too bad. Like I said, I got it for a good buck less than that locally. Hey, Dad. They got something that looks like salt in them, as far as I know. That's what Winchester's buffered loads have been.
Something that looks like salt?
At it. Last time I looked into one of those, yeah, but I don't know. Hell, that's been 25 years ago.
Can you buy any kind of like commercial like rock salt loads?
I honestly don't know. But hell, I reload shotgun shells all the time here with the taking the number 8s out and putting BBs in before I could spring for buying some Magnum 2s or double-aught buck now. I just emptied out the 7 or 7.5 or 8 shot, whatever the hell was in them, and filled them with BBs. Regular Crossman Copperhead BBs, I mean. Crimping them back's a little bit of a bitch if you ain't got a crimper, but it can be done. I would, if somebody wanted to do that on a regular basis to use the cheapest ammo you can buy and put better shot inside of them, I would suggest one of them Lee shotgun loader thingies that cost about $60, I think, to just have them to recrimp the damn shell.
Well, that's the whole reason I bought that Maverick 88, because I figured if I'm going to, you know, start messing around with shotgun loads and putting all sorts of crazy stuff inside shells, right, to shoot out of shotguns, I don't want to do that with like a decent shotgun. So,
well, I got a suggestion for you to try that I haven't seen yet, and that's a loaded CO2 container.
oh, yeah, like I wonder what that would be like if it hit a. I wonder if that would actually bust open, like hitting something soft like gel, or if you'd have to shoot something harder or what.
I don't have any idea, but I was kind of intrigued by that idea. I don't know
Like,
that it'll
has
fit
it
in a
Tao?
12 gauge.
If anyone has done it, it's that Tao Fluttermouse guy. Like,
I didn't see it on his, and I went through as many of them as I could find back when I had internet, high speed internet, and I watched a bunch of the shit he did, and I never seen him do it with a CO2 cartridge.
but yeah, no,
That
that's
doesn't
a good idea. Like,
that
I would
doesn't
like
necessarily mean they didn't. I just didn't see it, and it may not fit in a 12 gauge barrel.
Well,
I don't know. I know
I
it
don't
won't fit
watch
in
like
mine.
every one of his vids. I would say on like honestly, I probably watch out of his. I probably watch like 1 out of 3 because it's like the same old like exotic slugs, and that really doesn't interest me. It's like when he does something totally new, like, oh, I'm going to shoot gummy bears out of it, or I'm going to shoot this, or like something totally strange. That's when I'm like, oh, I got to click on this and watch this. So
Oh,
it's
hell,
probably like 1 out of every 3 vids I actually watch of his.
I watched all of them I seen. I mean, the stuff that people send him, the exotic slugs type stuff.
The exotic slugs don't really interest me that much, just for the plain simple fact is I'm not going to be able to recreate that. Like, I'm not going to be able to get my hand on those same custom one-off slugs that like some guy milled for him, like specifically and stuff like that. And like, I'll never be able to get that exact slug. So, you know, so that's why I kind of skip those. But like all the kind of videos of like, oh, like I could use that in my shotgun because it's easily obtainable. Like those are the vids I watch.
Steve, I don't know if I saw that or not, to be honest with you. At the time I was watching them, I had zero interest in slugs. I was watching them just to see what dumb shit they were doing, to be honest with you.
Like I saw his cubed ones, like the board cubed ones.
That actually was surprising how accurate that silly thing was.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I was like pretty surprised.
What? Oh, if it's a new video, I haven't saw it because I haven't had high-speed internet for.
Like I just barely saw the slug one just the other day. Like it popped up on my
5 or
feed.
6.
I didn't look at the date, but I assume it was new. Like he says in the the video title, it was like cube slugs resistance is futile or something. That was like the name of the video. And
Yeah,
I assume it was new because it popped up on my feed, but you never know with YouTube. Let me see here. Let me go to his website.
The rifling on the slug actually works, is what you're saying, Steve?
Hey, Dead Horse. Thanks for jumping in.
Go get more coffee. We don't need you.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay, I'll leave. I'll see you later.
Just kidding.
Okay,
No.
maybe the cubed ones were old because I don't see it in like the last month, and I just barely watched it the other day. So sometimes YouTube does that to me. They'll like throw out some old video on the watch now thing, like, you know, this is, you know. But
Well, I did see him shooting a cube in a video, but it may not have been the same one if they've done it.
no, it probably was the same one because I don't see it in the last 2 months of his recent videos. So, and I just barely watched it the other day because it was suggested to me like by YouTube. So,
All right. I want to broach a topic that Steven brought up yesterday. I think it was Steven. It's either Steven or Angry. One of the guys that was in the AK-47 Guru podcast asked me a question, and I did not know the answer to because it was one of those out there ones. He was asking who came up with the idea of the cleaning kit and the buttstock first. And I looked it up, and the earliest rifle I could find that did the cleaning kit and the buttstock as far as the military was the Springfield 1903. That was the earliest one. And that was the model 1903 we used in World War II, not the earlier models. So I would say, I guess we started using them first before the Russians, because I looked at even the Mosin Nagants, and they don't have a cleaning kit in the buttstock. So they didn't add that to their rifles and start doing that until the SKS. They did it for the AKs as well, but they didn't start doing that until the SKS, because they apparently, I guess they saw it in the 1903, the Garand, the M14, and the M16. Well, not the M16, but probably the Garand and the Springfield 1903, and thought, hey, that's a great idea. We should do that.
So who of us actually owns a GI cleaning kit?
I do.
I do for an AR-15.
Yeah, I own one for an AR-15 too.
I do too. Very nice kit, actually.
Well, see the thing, you don't have to own an AR-15 to use that kit. If you got a standard 223 rifle, you can use it with that.
Oh, you can use it for other stuff too, because it's got bigger brushes in it.
It's true. It's true. They did have multi-purpose. So,
I mean, I don't think it was AR-15 specific. I think it was for whatever
M16
or MC. What the fuck ever? I think it was for the 30 caliber jobs too.
Yeah. Are you yelling at Steven or me?
You.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't see Steven until just now when I looked.
But anyways,
Now, one thing about the cleaning kit in rifles.
What's up?
Did you go back to like Revolutionary War times and look at some of the black powder rifles?
Well, cleaning rods have been in rifles forever. I know.
Not talking cleaning rods though. I'm talking like a specific place in the buttstock to hold patches and balls. Like they're using balls too, but there was rifles that were out during the Revolutionary War.
Those weren't specifically cleaning though. Those were balls for patches for shooting.
We were specifically talking about modern cleaning kits being in rifle stocks.
Oh, I know, but you don't think that led to the evolution of cleaning kits?
No, I'm sure it has. I'm sure it's had something to do with it. I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying, as far as modern cleaning kits we're talking about, that's what I was going at for. While I understand, and I've seen that as well. You are right, Dead Horse. That may have had something to do with it, but as far as I could tell, he was asking about the history, and the earliest example of it I can see of it, where it's just the modern cleaning kit, is the 1903 Springfield in the United States. Okay, it may have been on some earlier rifles, but I haven't found any of those to give you an example. So I'm just going to say that most of the rifles we used in World War II, minus the M1 carbine, because the M1 carbine had a pouch that you put on the buttstock that held the cleaning kit.
Did you look at the Enfield, like at the early Enfields?
The Enfields may have had them, yeah.
Because I used to own an Enfield, and granted, it was 20 years ago I had that rifle, but I want to say it had it didn't have a cleaning kit in, but I want to say it had a space in the stock.
So it had a trap door?
Yeah, I want to say it did.
It might have been an Enfield from World War II.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's completely possible, but I'm just wondering if the earlier ones might have. I don't know.
Yeah, because I looked and I didn't see one on the Crag, because the Crag was what we used before the Enfield. Well, before the Enfield or the Springfield 1903 that we used in World War One. But the Crag didn't have it, so that's why I said the Springfield 1903 is the earliest example I could see of, in the United States. Okay. In our rifles, our military rifles, the 1903 is the earliest example of modern cleaning kits being in the buttstock with a trapdoor. But it was a good question, and I didn't even know the answer to it. But I was at least honest about it.
Okay. It's not something I've ever even considered asking, to be honest with you.
Well, I think it's a good question. It's just I wish I had known the answer in the first place and didn't have to research it.
I'm not saying it's not a good question. It's just not something that's ever crossed my mind.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that there's this place on the internet you could go to find out the answer called Gun Channels. And I bet you, like, if you ask someone, like, on the ask a question thing, I bet you there's, like, an expert in that, in, like, military rifles that would, like, really be able to say, no, it was exactly this rifle.
G-Webs was busy with something yesterday, so he couldn't answer.
Well, no, but I bet you there's 10 other experts on Gun Channels that could. Like, a couple names come to mind, like PBR Street Gang, like that guy. I bet you he knows right off the top of his head. Like, that guy knows a lot about military firearms, especially like older World War I, World War II stuff. Like, that guy knows. Like, I guarantee it. If you asked him, he would know right off the top of his head. I bet you there's like 5 other guys that would know. So that's why you ask those questions, like on the front page of Gun Channels. There's literally literally a ask a question page, right? Where you can ask questions and get an answer to stuff you don't know. That's a great resource on Gun Channels to use. That's at your disposal.
Which is why those of you who are listening to this on YouTube or other sources that I may not know about should join Gun Channels.
All right. Damn. Huh. I don't know where to go from this.
Well,
Neither.
just
We was having
to remind
a
everyone,
pretty good discussion
I know where to
about
go.
alternate slug materials. It all up.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But this is the early watch. That's what's supposed to happen.
Okay. I hope that sigh was picked up.
No, it wasn't at all.
Finally, I don't really have a sore throat today. First time in about 9 days, I think. Who the hell's vacuuming in the background?
No, that's one healthy computer, I'll tell you that. I think that's Dead Horse's laptop. It's got a loud...
It's my old
transfer.
laptop because I'm at my gun bench and I use my old laptop at my gun bench.
We discussed that already. That's loud fan on that thing.
Yep. So let me see what we got. Not yet.
Well, let me pop on some news and see if anything new showed up. Oh, shit. Not Gallery of Guns.
Thank you, Dead Horse. Thank you.
What I miss?
Check the side chat.
That's down about 50 pages. Ah, I don't recall ever having any interactions with the dude.
Yeah.
I can tell you, he and I would not be on the best of terms because I am one who has very, very little interest in milsurp stuff.
Honestly, you'd have little patience with PBR. You'd probably want to, rip his leg off and shove it down his throat.
I have little patience with everybody. I'm a grouchy old bastard. That's the whole idea of me being here.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see. Why don't we do the gun movie, the gun series of the day?
Okay.
Because the gun season of the day, technically.
Let me just scroll through the news right now. Give me about 2 minutes. Okay, the Montana Attorney General strikes Missoula, Montana's expanded background check ordinance. Excellent. Don't let them fucking cities deprive citizens of their rights when the state says they can do things.
I'm all for states' rights as long as they don't infringe on the federal rights and the civil rights of the citizen. And a lot of states think that they can, and these are primarily in the northeastern states and the Pacific states that believe that they can infringe on the civil right and constitutional right of the civilian and the citizen and get away with it.
The only other thing I see is a would-be robber fatally shot by victim after dropping gun. I'm not going to open it and read it, but it sounds good from here. It'd be better if it was shot and killed, but I'll take what I can get.
I don't care.
If these repeat offenders would get killed, there would be a lot less problem.
It'd be a lot less crime.
Well, the fact, it is a proven fact that people are a lot less likely to commit crimes after being shot with a 45 ACP. Just saying.
Yeah, well, after being shot, period. It's not just the 45. There's been studies proving that, criminals that are only small-time criminals that get shot normally don't want to get shot ever again. And then there's the opposite end where it's the hardcore criminals that are in these, crime syndicates and, cartels that don't care if they get shot or not.
Well, some of them wear that shit as like a badge of honor, and they're like, "Look, I've been stabbed 2 times, I've been shot 3," and like he hasn't taught them a lesson. But see, then you find out, oh, they were all shot with like something wussy, like 9mm. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's a proven fact that after being shot with 45 ACP, they're a lot less likely to commit crimes.
I bet you if they survived a shot in the arm or leg with like a 454 Casull or like a 50 AE, they'd be singing another fucking tune.
I'll tell you
they
what. They
wouldn't be wearing that.
This shit of you guys making up for your lack of manhood with a larger diameter round is just pathetic.
Right. Because all we need to use is just a 22 because it's the greatest round in the world.
Or no, like you can be like me. I really try and make up for my manhood because I've been carrying a 380 a ton, and everyone knows the 380 is one of the largest carry calibers that you can, possibly have on you.
Nah, man, nah. Just give me a 17 HMR.
More than 7 times more powerful than a 45.
Just give me a 17 HMR. I'll be fine.
Everyone knows bigger is better, and that's why I carry a 380 because, 380 is 7 times larger than, and number-wise than a 45, so it has to be better.
You know what I need to get? I need to get one of those 2mm Calibri pistols. Because that's the most dangerous round ever, right?
God, I'll be glad when Jimmy gets back so we can actually have a serious fucking conversation.
We're just doing it to rile you up. We're not being serious at
They
all.
riling me up.
I know.
The humor thing and this shit is fine. I don't care. But from my perspective, I don't give a fuck what you carry, as long as you carry something.
Right.
Did you guys see that meme recently going around Instagram and Facebook and stuff?
No.
And it shows it shows calibers like 380, 9mm, and stuff like that, right? 45, stuff like that. And it's all these pictures of like women, and they're all like gorgeous women compared to the caliber. And then when it gets to 40, it has a picture of Hillary Clinton next to it. And then I posted in the comments, like the very first time I saw that, I don't know if it was from the guy who originally made that or not, but it was on a pretty popular Instagram page. I posted, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense because everyone knows like 40 is like the deadliest caliber, right? And I got like so many people liking my comment from that. It was like unreal.
Yeah, just don't talk about her. It's only deadly if you don't talk about it. Or if you do. I'm not sure where I was going with that, but either way, I agree with you. All right, so let's do the gun series of the day. You ready, Tony?
All right. I'm going to get.
Yeah, same here. Let's see if I can pull this out. Oh. There we go. X-Files Season 5. We're on Season 5 now, right?
Yes.
All right.
Can pop a link to that?
Yeah, sure. Pop a link right there. Pop a link right there. That's what we're on. The P226. Again. Because remember, it was the 90s. They used the P226 all the time. There's the P228. Jesus.
Not that there's anything wrong with either.
And there's the P225. That was yesterday too, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Man. Me too.
Yeah, we can blow through most of these because they're.
And as I said before, if you look right there, that is a true 92 FS because it's got the oversized hammer pin. So Smith & Wesson 5906. Like it hasn't been in every other season, damn it. Same for the Glock 17.
Wait, who carried the 5906? Was that Scully?
No,
Skinner?
Like, does it say who's actually carrying these guns? Because that's what I would like to know, because I don't remember that show really, so...
yeah.
I would like to know, like, when you're naming these guns, like, oh, so-and-so is the one carrying this gun this season, and...
Mulder carried a
Stuff like that.
226.
The Mulder carried the 5906 in season 3. So
Scully carried a 228. So does Skinner.
and their backup guns are Walther PPKs.
And the majority of season used a 225.
Yeah. M1911A1, the best handgun ever. Opinion, of course.
It carried a 92 FS. I'm trying to answer the question about who carried what. Looks like this 5906 was carried by assorted bad guys.
Yeah. The 1911A1, it's a pre-Series 70.
I was thinking in season 2, Mulder carried a Smith. In season 1, he carried a Glock.
Right. All right.
Glock 17 was carried by police and government officials throughout the series.
Okay.
1911A.
Beretta 93R.
Hey, wait a minute. Go back to the 1911A1 and read who carries it.
Who carries it? Okay. Standard 1911A1 pistol throughout the series. August Bremer, Michael McRae, the leader of the new Spartans militia group in which Mulder infiltrates in the Pine Bluff variant.
There you go. Militants carry a 1911.
Well, then I guess I'm a militant then. Yeah,
Well, you didn't have no doubt of that.
Thanks. All right, Beretta 93R.
Bubba,
I am from what?
Bubba country.
No, I'm originally from Arizona, so, you know.
Where you at right now?
I live in South Carolina. That doesn't mean I'm from South Carolina. Fuck you.
I don't swing that way and you ain't got enough money.
That wasn't an offer.
I know it was a request.
It wasn't even a request. You are not high on my request list. All right. Anyways, syndicate operatives have been seen firing what appears to be a Beretta 93R in the usual suspects. Season 5, episode 3.
Just a side note on the Ruger 4, I think Deep Throat killed the alien with one of those puppies.
Yeah. All right, we've got the best pistol ever. The Star Firestar M43.
Where the fuck's that at?
It was right there, right underneath the 93R.
That damn thing, sorry.
Oh, the Star Firestar. All right. The well-manicured man is briefly seen with a blued Star Firestar M43 in Patient X.
Well, I wish these pictures would open so I could see it and refresh my memory of who it was, because I just watched these things. Well, no, I stopped at season 4.
Yeah.
I can only watch so much of the X-Files before depression starts taking over.
Well, you can offset that by eating a can of Spam. Or opening a Russian Spam can, I guess. Freedom. All right, we got the Ruger KP9. Was used by a drug dealer in one of the episodes. Also used by a syndicate operative and assassin in episodes Kill Switch and Quiet Willie. So,
hell, when you was talking Matt's favorite gun, I thought you was going for this one.
no, Matt's favorite gun is just literally any Taurus. Not specifically the PT-92, just any Taurus. Because he's like the Taurus poster boy or something.
No, everyone knows it's the Maverick 88, the way he talks about that shotgun.
Well, it's it's the Maverick 88 first, and then it's Taurus second.
Be right back. I need to refill.
But he interchanges the two so often, it doesn't matter.
After we're done with this, remind me, Night Strike, to tell you my Maverick 88 story, because I recently bought one.
Oh God!
So remind me to tell you about my conclusion and thoughts of the Maverick 88 after you're done with your X-Files thing.
All right, but you've already told me before.
Oh, I can't remember if that was on. I thought that was just in a lobby chat, but
Okay, well then we'll go over it. Then there's the suppressed version of the 5946 Smith & Wesson. See, it's right there. It's used by the black-haired man syndicate operative in episode The End. And that's it right there. Then we got an unknown pistol, which they don't really show. That's in episode The Pine Bluff variant. And we got the Taurus Model 66. All right. 357. It's used by Fox Mulder and The Usual Suspects. Apparently, this is a flashback story that takes place in 1989 prior to the events of the series, when he had a Taurus Model 66. Good for him.
yeah, I'm sure that was FBI issued.
Yeah, it was FBI issued. Then there's the Smith & Wesson Military and Police, which is also known as the Model 10. Man. Why don't they just say the Model 10? Or the Victory model. Because that's all they are. Anyways. The Rossi Model 68. There you go. There's some Rossi for you.
Man, I had no idea X-Files used such high-end guns in their.
Right, I was expecting like a Pieta and a Nuberti, but I guess they were too highbrow for Pieta and Nuberti.
Where we at?
We're down to the stainless steel Smith & Wesson Model 66. And what's the message on gun channels? Pen in the year dictates if it's a MMP Victory or a Model 10. But the issue is they're all Model 10s regardless. So, Smith & Wesson Model 586, used by one of the sheriffs in the series in the episode Bad Blood. Seen right there. Now we're down to submachine guns. All right, Tony, I bet you can't guess which the first one is.
Heckler and Koch MD5 with some letters after it.
Shit, you're good. You're getting good at this.
I don't have the thing open today.
You don't even need to have it open for this one, because literally every season of this of the X-Files, the MP5 A3 or A2 or something is always first.
I think seriously, when we're going to do this series thing, like if we continue the X-Files on to next week, because there's a damn many of them, I'll go through and we'll just make a list of all the different guns that are on the series and not go through the same thing over and over 5 days a week.
I think here's a new one, the MP5 SD3.
Sounds like it.
That's the suppressed model.
Everybody gets a fucking suppressor but me.
Oh man, Wolfman with MP5 suppressed. Watch out.
Now, while we're on this suppressed version of the gun, can I take a little bit of a left turn here, or maybe right turn?
If you must.
Do you think that firearms manufacturer who just got told they can't sell freeze plugs, do you think that's going to go on to the HEF top places like Napa from selling damn things?
No. They're just going after people that are doing it specifically for guns. That's not to say you can't probably... Well, I'm not going to even say this on air. Forget it. I'll say it off air.
Yeah, just in case I was the cause of that.
I'm gonna hold my tongue just in case I am the cause of anything. So
shouldn't have mentioned that freaking Amazon ad.
Shouldn't have mentioned it. You ruined it for everyone. And there's the MP5 SD2, which basically is I guess it's an A2 with a suppressor. Yeah, that's all it is. And there's the normal A2. There's the one from yesterday, the Spectre M4. Thing's ugly, but it works, I guess. All right, the Micro Uzi. So
that was yesterday too.
That was yesterday too?
Yes.
All right, well. The Uzi, was that yesterday too?
Yes. Not like the Heckler and Koch, which has been on every damn one of them.
The Mach 10. Mac 10. Whatever. Mach, whatever.
Yeah, it was on yesterday also. I think they have a limited number of submachine guns and machine guns that they can just grab a hold of to use.
Yeah, and there's the Colt Model 715 again. The Olympic Arms K4B, the XM177. I'm still looking for one of those stocks just because I want one. I just want one stock like that. I don't want a 2-position one. I just want it in the 6 position. They make them. Probably going to have to get it from that one company the Dead Horse linked me yesterday.
Yeah, Tony's.
Yeah. Because they're the only ones that do one in that style in the 6 position variant. Because that's the one I want. There's the Colt Model 933 Olympic Arms K3B FT, which, speaking of Olympic Arms, someone mentioned yesterday that the day before yesterday was the last day that they had they offered warranties on their guns.
Yes, the last day they offered warranty and repair was January 25th. And February 17th, I want to say, is the last day that they'll stop taking orders and selling what they have left in inventory. And then anything that's left after that is going to go to auction.
Because they're closing their doors, aren't they?
They pretty much already closed down, right? But they will continue to sell what they have left in inventory up until February. But they're not producing or making anything new.
Yeah. I looked at it yesterday, and it's not 17th. It's February. All sales will cease at close of business day, 28th February 2017.
And that's a good example of a company who made basically like one shitty product, and it ruined them from everything else they made because of that reputation of that one shitty product. And even though a lot of the other stuff they made was pretty decent, but that's all it takes is for you to produce one shitty product and get your reputation tarnished in this industry. And
well, I'm not going to say that one bad product. Okay, yeah, if you keep producing the same bad product, yes. But if you have a warranty and you replace it with a good product, then, that just shows you have a good warranty, and, that was just a dud. But I guess their warranty just wasn't as good, was it?
Well, no, like they were warranting all the broken cast lower receivers, but the new ones they sent out were still garbage because cast lower receivers are garbage. And they just keep breaking and breaking and breaking. Like you didn't even have to shoot the gun and the thing would break just by looking at it. And so that reputation got out there. And even though they did offer forged lowers too, that the whole reputation of their cast lowers gave that company a reputation of just producing a garbage product. So no one bought anything from them.
Yep. All right. Well, we're done with Olympic arms. So it's the Model 933, which is basically, I guess, a Mark 18. The pre-M4. The Marinko Type 84S, both the AKM variant and the underfolder variant. Both in 5.56 though. I'm not a fan of 5.56 AKs. And there's the 84S. It's just another 5.56 AKM variant. Then there's the, hey, this one's new, I think. Tony, the FAL,
Yeah, that's new.
the L1A1 SLR, that's literally just the FAL. That's new.
I agree with you. I think it is.
And then there's the M16A2, which is not new. There's the M16 E1, XM16 E1, so an older variant. Then there's Tony, your favorite, the one you're looking at getting, the Ruger Super Red Hawk. In that damn rifle variant. Why would you do that to a Red Hawk? I don't understand.
That's one of those that just fucking look cool.
Yeah. Then there's the Remington 700 Choate Ultimate Sniper Stock. Now we're down to shotguns. The Ithaca 37 Stakeout. Custom. As I said before, I wouldn't mind having one with the charge and handle foregrip thing. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that's illegal or not. I'd like to have one though. And there's the Remington 870. All right. Finally getting some good shotguns. There's the 870 Shorty Custom. And there's the side-by-side double barrel. All right. And there's the sawed-off variant. They're getting real original with these guns, aren't they?
I really don't remember seeing them that much in that show.
I don't. And here's where we start getting to some good ones. Machine guns. I guess right about now is the time they started using the M249. So, there's an M249. But there's still the old good M60. There's the Daewoo K3. So, there's the Browning M37. Ooh, boy. Why an M37? Not sure. Then there's other. So, we're down to rocket launchers now. The M136 AT4. There you go, Tony. It's not a Davy Crockett, but I'm pretty sure that'll do for you. The M107 175 millimeter artillery gun. You can hit the thing a mile away. So, and there's the
Well, if Davy
105,
Crockett would go a mile, it would be all right.
the 105 millimeter howitzer. So, all right, we are done with season 5 of the X-Files. So, good. I need more coffee.
God damn, has it only been 2 hours and 10 minutes since we started? I figured it'd take longer than that to go through the shit I have. That sucks.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I thought you already left.
I gotta go use the can real quick.
ThePoliceFoundation.org. Only gun control and bigger, more powerful ATF can stop gun violence. Of course. I read this or a part of this earlier this morning where it says Trump can help if you just send him more money and enact more gun control. Basically asking for him to follow Hillary's playbook like she was elected. Okay, that's taking too long to load. Let's see if we can find it somewhere else. A day after President Donald Trump threatened to send in the feds if Chicago can't get a grip on its gun violence problem, a new report co-authored by two leading police groups reveals what many in the law enforcement community already know: that the majority of cities already receive federal assistance to combat violent crime, and that federal government resources and personnel are broadly welcomed at the local level. But they want more. The police groups call for an expansion of background checks to cover all gun purchases, a ban on high-capacity magazines, the repeal of a National Rifle Association-backed amendment that severely restricts the federal government's ability to share data about gun use and crimes, and increased levels of federal funding for gun violence research. Also urges Congress to pass federal gun trafficking law that includes penalties for straw purchases, an increase in the budget for BTAFE, and making investigation tools like ballistic imaging more widely available to local law enforcement. Jesus Christ. Basically, like I said, they want that Hillary got elected and do what all that little bullshit that she would have done. Fuck. To quote Obama, elections have consequences. Deal with it. I don't understand their logic in asking for stuff that they should know isn't going to happen. Or at least those of us on the right hope fuck it don't ever happen.
Well, that's your whole problem, Tony, is trying to understand their logic. Like, that you just can't. A normal, reasonable person can't understand an insane, crazy person's logic.
No. But you got to give it to them for tenacity. Them fucking liberals won't give up. We need to take that page from their playbook for sure. How the hell is the Chinese New Year cramping your style there, Steven? I'm just curious. Speaking of Washington, I did see where they're saying that Washington State universal background check thing wasn't doing shit. It's about 2% of all guns that are purchased in Washington went through the background check of person-to-person sales. Oh, they're closed because it's a holiday. I see you. I get it.
Today's a holiday.
Chinese New Year, evidently. I don't keep that much track of holidays, but well, I kind of figured they're so damn depressed over there that they wouldn't get any holidays. Oh, so it's a week-long thing?
All right, I'm back. Are we talking about the Chinese New Year thing?
Somewhat.
Carry on. I got nothing better to talk about.
I don't know, but for years I took off of work, took my vacation between like the 23rd of December and to the 3rd of January or so. Just because I had kids, they were home and I could do it and my wife couldn't. Now I take about every day off.
All this Chinese New Year talk has me craving Chinese food for lunch, Angry says. And then Sean says, Panda Express is too far from my shop. It's like, Sean, doesn't your mom make Chinese food? I'm going to get shit for that one, but on occasion she does. Okay, well, there you go.
Obviously, today ain't one of those occasions.
Obviously not. Because then he'd be bringing some for lunch, right? You're saying with enough sauce and MSG. I'm not going to repeat that because, no. That's not what's in Chinese food. He's not here in the United States.
Dog ain't bad neither.
That's Korean. The problem is, Sean, she's become Americanized. That's what it is. All right, so what are we on about today? So, let me see. What do I have scheduled? We did the gun series. I guess it's about time we get down to the gun book of the day. I'm going to try and go through this as fast as possible because it's boring. And I know people don't like reading books, but, you know, you really should. It's good for you.
Well, I hope they realize that we're trying to pick books that are actual reference material this week. You know, if there was kind of a theme involved.
Right. And I'm going to screen share it right there. There we go. Today's gun book of the day is Blue Book of Gun Values. So if you're looking at buying a used gun, a new gun, or, you know, a gun period, while the Modern Book of Gun Values is good, but that's only for guns made from 1900 to now, I think. The Blue Book of Gun Values is just everything. Period. I mean, literally everything. They've got almost any gun you can imagine in there. And that's well, you know why they do that, Sean. It's not that they're doing. It's not that they're using this as just an example. You know why shops lowball you in the first place, right? It's so they can spend the least amount of money out and make the most amount of money out of that firearm. It's not just because they use it to lowball you all the time. But if you're looking to buy a gun, now this is a good one. This is another good book to have. Okay, whether you're looking for used or new. And here's the thing, Sean. I've used that Modern Book of Gun Values. I've used that one, and I lowballed the guy for that Steven 67 because he wanted like 175 for it. I lowballed him at 125, and he took that. So. Because I gave him what the Book of Gun Value says was the low end for it. Even if it was, he had cut the barrel down. Could have offered him less, but the issue is, I didn't want to I didn't want to lowball him to the point where he would say no. Yeah, Sean. At that point, you should kick yourself for selling him your PPK in the first place. You probably could have sold it for that price on Gunbroker and gotten it. No, buy low, sell high, not the opposite. Well, actually, Robbie, it might be the opposite in New Jersey, wouldn't it? Anyways, so this is the book of the day. It's not one of the better ones, but it's used a lot by retailers, pawn shops, and gun shops. Because though my local gun shop is a pawn shop, but half of his store is just filled with all gun stuff, accessories, guns, ammunition. He literally is a gun store himself, and he just does pawn on the side. Okay, but the thing is, he doesn't just use those books. He's got them, but more often than not, he just loads up whatever prices on Gunbroker, and he uses the prices of Gunbroker just for some of this stuff. Just because some of these books, while they're great, some of them are dated. Because look, April 1st, 2016. The other one we mentioned yesterday, that was like 2014 or 15. So these books aren't updated nearly as much as they should be. Because prices fluctuate because of the market, and supply and demand. Because a gun is just like any other item that's being sold. It's a commodity, technically. A commodity. It's a product that people want. Commodity isn't probably the right word.
I'll tell you, guns are one of the few damn things that will fluctuate so much given the political climate.
Yeah, but it only so, I think that maybe some of the online places, like I know the Blue Book has their own online one that is updated all the time, and that might be something better to get because they have an app that works on your cell phone, so that it will tell you in real time, and it's updated like every day. So that might be a better idea. But anyways, that's the book of the day. So like it, hate it, take what you will. We're done with that.
Okay, what's next?
No idea.
Me neither. I thought that list of shit I brought would go a lot longer than it did, to be honest with you.
Well, we probably should have talked about it more. That's what I got so far for today. You want to take the helm on this one, Tony, and do the movie of the day?
No, because I can't open the freaking thing up.
All right, I'll do it.
Hell, I'm waiting for the sheet to open.
Sheep Pro Gun.
Sean says he read that Trump is going to make the Supreme Court of the U.S. sexy again, nominating Judge Janine Pirro.
Janine Pirro.
Yes, that is an improvement over Ginsburg. I did not see her on any of his lists.
Apparently, she is NRA approved. Wow. Wow. Sean says she's just a transgendered cross-dressing Alan Greenspan. Yeah, that's one thing. I don't think any state should be able to overrule the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. States have their own rights. I give you that, but they are not. They should not be allowed to overrule the rights of the Bill of Rights. You know, the first 10 amendments. They should not be able to overrule or touch that whatsoever. Technically, the federal government shouldn't be able to touch that either. They should follow it and enforce it as it's law, because it is law. But for a long time, they haven't been enforcing it.
Well, hopefully some of that shit changes with Trump.
Well, he said he was going to change it, and I guess he's getting around to it eventually. But he's working on the more important stuff first. Maybe he's doing it in order.
We know that no matter who he chooses to appoint, the Dems are going to drag their feet every goddamn minute of the day and as long as they possibly can.
Right, right. I thought the Eye of Sauron was California.
I had that exact same fucking thought.
Evil! Evil!
Why the fuck is it opening X-Files season 5?
What is?
Evidently, I clicked the wrong damn link on the sheet. So now I gotta go through the whole fucking process of opening the damn sheet again. And click the right link.
Dead Horse, Steven's asking how your buff request is going.
My buff request, the one that I custom made.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know, that's going in the gun I'm building live tonight on gun channels. So
Oh, man.
I haven't shot with it yet, so I don't know how well it's gonna work or anything. I've never seen a buffer filled with brass before, so I don't know.
So are we doing an AR-15 chat tonight? Or
Yep.
are we just going to do it on lobby?
No, it's gonna be on one of G-Web's show.
All right, whatever time that is, I will be sure to jump in.
Are you kidding me? There's 4 fucking guns in this show.
Yeah. There's only 4 guns in this show. That's why we're doing it.
God damn.
Well, we said we would cover Once Upon a Time in the West, and we're going to.
I really thought there was some oddball shit in this one.
All right, so Once Upon a Time in the West is the movie today. So the first gun is the single action army that was used a lot. It was in the hands of the characters Harmonica, Frank, and Cheyenne. And the next one, yeah, Charles Bronson was one of the characters in this movie, by the way. So it's a good movie.
So was Henry Fonda.
Yes, Henry Fonda was too. There's a long barrel version of the 7.5 inch barrel of the single action army. All right, a Winchester Model 1892 Mare's Lake. There's a Winchester 1892 saddle ring carbine. A double barrel black powder shotgun. All right. And I guess those are all the guns in Once upon a time in the West. Wow, not many.
Sorry, people. I thought this had a bunch of freaking oddball guns. Now I got to go back and look it through whatever movie that was that had those.
There are more, so depending on whether you want to do one tomorrow, we can totally just do like a brunch watch tomorrow and just cover another one.
Not me, buddy. I got shit to do.
Well, then I guess we'll do that next week. Hey, Dead Horse, we got a question for you. What buffer would you recommend for an 18-inch 223 Wild with a carbine length gas system? 1/8 twist, if it matters. If Dead Horse is there.
All right, what's that, Nice Strike?
All right, Steven's got a question for you. He's got apparently he's got an 18-inch 223 Wild with a carbine length gas system in 1/8 twist. He wants to know what buffer you would recommend for it.
I always start all my guns out with the 3-ounce buffer, unless it's a pistol length gas system. But pretty much like any carbine or mid length or mid length, I start out with a 3-ounce buffer, and then I look at ejection, and then I go heavier from there. So, but from my experience, like he should probably be able to run a 4-ounce buffer, like probably perfectly fine. But I always pay attention to my ejection, and I'm looking for about 4 o'clock ejection to tell me that it's running perfect. So that's usually what I go by. So I usually start with a 3-ounce buffer and then work my way up. And I just watch my ejection pattern out of the gun, and that kind of tells me if I'm overgassed or undergassed or what's going on with the gun. There's so many factors with that. It depends on how big your gas port hole is in the barrel. There's a lot of different factors in that. What ammunition are you using?
What company made the upper?
Yeah, the weight of your bolt carrier group. Is it a lightweight, a semi-auto, a full auto? There's just a lot of different factors in that. The quality of spring you're using. But usually I always start with the 3-ounce buffer, work my way up, and I'm looking for 4 o'clock ejection.
When I'm building carbines, I'm usually just using the H buffer because the one by PSA, because that works the best in my rifles. Though half of my parts are PSA and the other half are either mil spec or just whatever I can find.
His gun doesn't sound like it's a home defense gun, being 223 Wild and an 18-inch barrel and all that. So it doesn't sound like it's a gun being for home defense, but. And defense gun and like home defense guns, self-protection guns, I really do prefer a 3-ounce buffer, even if it is a little overgassed, because I believe it makes the system more reliable than using an H or a heavy buffer. But basically, you just got to watch your ejection. Where are you ejecting? Look at your cases, inspect your cases. You can tell a lot by that. And but chances are in his system, a 4-ounce buffer should work perfectly fine.
Yeah, the H buffers I get from PSA are 3.7 ounces.
Yeah, one company's H1 or H2 or H buffer is not always the same as another company's H buffer. So I've seen H buffers that are only 3.4 ounces, 3.5, 3.7, and 4 ounces. And I've seen H1s that are 4 ounces and then some that are 4.5. So there's no standard for that.
He says not for defense, for shooting coyotes.
Yeah, chances are an H buffer is going to work perfectly fine in that rig, but I would just pay attention to your ejection pattern. There's just so many factors to just tell someone, oh, get this buffer, it's going to work. There's just too many factors. We don't know what spring he has in. We don't know what barrel, how big the gas port hole is. He just really has to tell for himself, go out and shoot it. And usually I start with the standard 3-ounce buffer and look at my ejection pattern, and I just go heavier and heavier from there. And if I start to come up around 3 o'clock ejection, then you know, I know I'm starting to get over that. If I'm 3 o'clock or forward, more like 2 o'clock, I know I'm overgassed. You know, if I'm bouncing off the shell deflector, I know I'm undergassed. So you just got to kind of pay attention. But I'm looking for 4 o'clock ejection for my guns to be running right. And if you have an adjustable gas block on there, well, then you have a lot of options, because you can pretty much run, at that point, you can run almost like whatever buffer you want, and then you can tune the gas block to that buffer. And that's how you really get a flat shooting, soft recoil impulse gun, is with an adjustable gas block.
All right. Thank you, Dead Horse. Tony, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So what are you eating now?
Just snacking on a few Cheerios.
Oh, man, those Cheerios. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to get another cup of coffee.
You need a bigger cup.
I just need to bring the whole pot upstairs is what it is.
Yes, telling that. Don't tell my doctor or dietitian, though. They'd slap me. But my blood sugar is at about 62, so I had to have some sugar. Yeah, Sean says Night Strike needs a Keurig. I couldn't find a way to make coffee strong enough to suit me with the Keurig. We had one, a Keurig or whatever the fuck they call them. Nothing new in the news there. In Washington, House committee to hear restrictive anti-gun legislation next week. Well, let's see what that shit's about. Maybe. I'm afraid I'm going to have to find another way of getting on the internet here, because this is not working at all. Yeah, those Keurigs are they're all right for people, I suppose, but I could never find a way to get coffee strong enough to suit me out of one. They're the little pods are freaking expensive too. Oh, for fuck's sake! Come on, open up the goddamn page so I can read it. Not that I'm overly concerned. I don't foresee any anti-gun legislation passing, but it pays to pay attention to this stuff because you never know what these goofy suckers will do. Well, I'm trying to get open this article so I can read that. And what is this vehicle? The You can hit and miss the thing, or you can just spend the few bucks it takes to go and have it plugged in and read out where they can tell you what's wrong. I don't know what the various vehicle monitoring stuff is. Uh, I have the thing to go into the OBD2 port and plug into a computer, and then the OBD2 test kit or test software. But I don't know what all it works on.
All right, car channels.
That's better than silence.
Hey, I'm all for it. If you just want to talk about cars, go for it. We've already covered guns. Why not?
I would check around to see the best deal you can get on having somebody plug it into a computer. And just get a readout on what the hell the computer or the car is saying is wrong with it. Be a hell of a lot faster and most likely considerably cheaper than replacing pieces one after another until you get it right. Have you ever done a full reset on it? I have to reset my Suburban ever so often because the right rear outboard oxygen sensor throws a low voltage code about once every couple of months when it's cold. And I mean cold outside. Which is why I keep the damn thing in the garage so it doesn't get cold enough to throw that sensor. And I reset the computer and tell it to ignore the damn code or ignore the fault, and then it doesn't read the fault again until whatever set of circumstances causes the sensor to give it a erroneous reading. I suspect that my catalytic converters are going bad. 5,000 miles on it, so if it keeps tripping codes when it's warmer outside, then I'll replace the oxygen sensors and then the catalytic converters after that if it comes to it. I could go in and tell it to ignore that and just ignore the two rear oxygen sensors, but I'm afraid that that's going to fuck up the fuel injection shit. So I don't know enough about that stuff to just go in willy-nilly making choices on the computer. I need to get with somebody who's done the straight pipe exhaust route on these Vortec engines and see what they've done to get past the check engine light problem on the post catalytic converter, the pair of post catalytic converter oxygen sensors on the damn thing, because there's a way to do it, I'm sure. Okay, looks like I ain't gonna be freaking reading that damned article after all.
How come?
It won't open.
Which one?
Hang on, I'll get you a link for it. it, actually.
If you can give me the link, I can read it.
Yeah, someone had to rethink this internet shit for sure. I think that's it. Yes.
House committee to hear restrictive anti-gun legislation next week. On Thursday, February 2nd, at 1:30 p.m., the House Judiciary Committee is scheduled to hear House Bill 1387 and House Bill 1122. NRA members and Second Amendment supporters are encouraged to attend this hearing and voice their opposition to these radical anti-gun bills. 1387 would impose a registration and licensing system for assault weapons and large capacity magazines. Every person who possesses, transports, manufactures, purchases, or sells an assault weapon, or LCM, must have an annual state-issued license with an updated license required every time there is a change in possession of the gun or LCM. Licensing requirement has a delay period until 2020 before it applies to persons who currently possess such items. But these persons would be prohibited from selling or transferring the gun or LCM to anyone other than a licensed dealer, a gunsmith, or law enforcement for permanent relinquishment. HB 1387 also mandates that the relinquished guns and LCMs must be destroyed. House Bill 1387 doesn't stop there either. For more information on House Bill 1387 and other anti-gun bills in the Washington legislature, refer to previous NRA ILA alert. But is this in Washington D.C. or Washington State?
Hell if I know. I thought it was national, but if it's in Washington State, that's a whole different fucking game. They have a chance of getting that shit through.
Yeah, it's Washington State.
Okay, guys in Washington State, you better fucking pay attention to what's going on, or you're going to be the next goddamn California or Hawaii.
They literally are.
God, Trump, get this fucking Supreme Court filled and get them to work on shit that they need to work on. Shit.
Wait, you're asking the legal process to be, fast and expedient?
Not a legal process, it's a political process.
No, in this point, it's the legal process of the Supreme Court. They ain't fast at all. They won't get around to doing anything until like 2020. Hell, if even that.
What's Yahoo News losing their shit about? What Trump do now? I haven't opened up my MSN news since before I started the show, or we started the show. They weren't asking that last question when Obama was in office, were they? I think most of the news is run by those same group of individuals. They may not eat kale at Fox. At least now that Megan, what the fuck's her name's gone.
This is another thing that's with Yahoo News. Oprah announces food line with Kraft Heinz. Okay, that right there is a clear indication of why you don't look at Yahoo News.
Why? What would be the problem with that? I mean, she is spokesman for Weight Watchers.
Honestly, Food Line? Why does she need her own food line? She has her own TV channel.
I would suspect that it's a Weight Watchers food line.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. What happened to all these people, all these assholes that are protesting right now? Why haven't they moved to Canada like they said they would? And I'll tell you why. Because I've already got the answer.
Canada don't want them.
They're
Canada
too
doesn't
crazy
want 'em.
for even Canadians.
Canadian. Actually, what Bob said the other day is, we don't want them. We've got enough liberals as it is up here. It's pretty bad when the Canadians say that.
You want to know what the truth is? The real truth is, unfortunately, Canada has a thing called immigration laws, and they actually try to enforce them. So they just don't take everyone willy-nilly like we do.
They also shut their website down right during the election.
They should look to migrate to Mexico. Mexico would probably welcome them and all that money. At least Oprah, anyway.
Oh, snap. They'd be even less safe in Mexico, though. They couldn't have their armed guards and security.
Well, yeah, they could. They would just have to slip a few bucks to the local drug cartel. I don't care, do what you want to, but if you really hate the American process as much as these people propose to do, there's an exit to this country in any fucking way you want to travel. Hit the fucking road and shut the hell up.
Yep.
Especially you cocksuckers that got the money to do so.
If you're going to say what, you say you're going to do one thing if something happens, and you don't go and follow up on it, then don't fucking say anything. Don't complain. Don't do anything. Because if you're not going to make good on what you say, then don't say it.
What the hell? That's the way of the politician.
So wait, are you
Say
saying
whatever.
all these protesters aren't actually citizens? They're politicians?
I'm saying that's possibly where they learned this particular way of doing things from, is the politicians that they follow, but it's not just that side that does shit like that. Politicians in general are known to be flexible with what they consider a fact. So far, I got to give Trump credit, though. It looks like he's trying to keep his promises, which more than I expected him to do.
Though it's not just Trump. A lot of the Republicans that have been elected into, the Senate and House have also been making good after Trump. just to continue to look good. It's not just Trump that's doing it. They're doing it too as a trend. I guess they're trying to be in line with Trump on this because they realize if they don't make good on their promises like Trump, they're not going to be reelected.
Personally, I wouldn't give a shit if California, Oregon, and Washington were their own country. It would just be more jobs for building the wall all the way up to Canada.
Speaking of California, I saw Governor Brown's speech yesterday, and it sounds like the way he was talking about, the whole thing about immigration and whatnot, it sounded like he was getting ready to start his own country. It sounded a lot like, something that Jefferson Davis would have said before the before the Civil War.
I don't know. I don't particularly intend to wade in on the debate there too much because
if California tries to secede from the Union, does that mean that we could send the army and military in there to remove every single politician in running California for acts of treason against the United States? That wouldn't it?
Possibly it would, everyone that supported that move, but would that be a politically smart maneuver to do?
It doesn't matter. They're the ones that's committing treason.
Do you think the truth matters to the fucking masses?
Well, not the masses in the large cities, but hopefully they could get some Republicans in there after that.
Our best freaking venue to go after this is the Supreme Court.
Oh, I agree,
but
it's
not excluded. But
the way some of these Democrats and libtards are acting, they're almost inciting the spark of civil war.
If anybody annexes California after they secede, it needs to be Arizona. Because that's about the freest state in this country these days.
My home state.
Too many people in Nevada got fooled by Bloomberg.
And if anybody says, "Nice strike, you live in South Carolina," okay, let me put it this way: my grandfather and grandmother are buried in Arizona. I'm originally from Arizona, and all my family lives there.
I don't give a shit. You're in Bubba land now. Honestly, and I want to throw this out here, I love the southern states of this country. I love the people that I've met down there. I did live in Mobile for a number of months. And I loved it down there. I really did. I just like to tease on the whole Bubba thing. I don't mean it at all.
Hey, Nice Strike. Was it a requirement that you marry your cousin before, like, getting state residency when you moved? I'll take his silence as a yes.
He ain't married. He says.
Well, that's because he can't admit to, the other states that, that cousin love.
Just picture this now. I'm 18 years old, just out of high school, and I get asked by my uncles, a pair of uncles who are in the construction business, if I wanted to go down to Mobile, Alabama, and work there to rebuild places after a big hurricane they had in '79. I go down there from way up north White Cold, Illinois. All these Southern Bells. Jesus Christ, this place was paradise. That's a good point, Steve. His cousins are all in Arizona. I really loved living down there.
We lost Nightstick.
Man, you must have really offended his ass.
I think he lost internet. Maybe a hurricane hit him.
So to all you folks down there that live in what I refer to as Bubba Land, I'm just kidding, man. I love you people.
Yeah,
Especially
me too.
women.
Like some of the
That
nicest
is
people
fucking
I've ever
awesome.
met. Some of the nicest people I've ever met are from the South. So, and like quite frankly, I really enjoy the way they talk, their accent and stuff. I think it's cool as shit. So,
No shit. And boiled peanuts are fucking awesome.
All right, I'm back.
did a hurricane hit you?
No, maybe it was one of those libtards flying in the wind.
Requirements of Texas residency is simple. Knowing the 4 food groups: steak, chicken fried steak, pecan pie, and bluebell ice cream. Why ain't beer in there?
I thought the 4 food groups were beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard.
That's cowboy food groups.
That might be the Arizona 4 food groups. Sorry about that.
Well, from this Illinois boy, I can tell you the food group list is a whole lot simpler. It's coffee and grease and whatever you can batter, dip, and fry in that grease.
Squirrel.
That'll do. Green beans, carrots.
You haven't lived until you've had some possum cooked by a Southerner. Just saying.
No.
I have. I've
While
had
there's-
coon.
I'm just saying, like, nice try. You might think, oh, possum, like whatever, but no, I'm dead serious. Until you've had possum, like, you ain't lived. Like,
I've
that's some
seen
good.
enough, Dead Horse, I see enough possum on the road all the time. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, you get out, you check that shit. If it's still warm, you shovel that shit up, and you got some stew. Like,
All right.
I
You
have-
try that
I
and
have-
show me.
I have ate roadkill deer when I've hit it myself. But as far as scraping up a possum or something, I don't believe I could go there.
Neither would I.
But I've ate possum, I've ate coon, of course squirrel, deer, elk, moose, bear, rattlesnake.
now I've never ate raccoon because I've always considered raccoons like more of a, I don't know, more of a filthy, dirty animal. Like, to me, eating a raccoon would be like eating a rat. Like, I don't know.
That's what a possum is.
So's a squirrel.
Well, no, squirrels. Like squirrels and possums. Like, they're different to me. Like, they're not a filthy animal. Like, in my opinion, like raccoons are. Because where I live, like, if you see a raccoon, like, you don't really see them like in the woods. You see them like in your garbage can.
We have
Raccoon.
armadillos all over here.
Raccoons are.
I would like to eat some armadillo. I would like to try that. I've never had armadillo.
I wouldn't. You know why?
Why?
Because in some instances, armadillos carry the plague. You know, the Black Death, bubonic plague. They carry that.
You can get a shot for that these days.
Yeah, you know, we got a cure for it now, but I don't want to catch it and have to get a cure for it. That's for damn sure.
Oh, quit being a pussy. Live a little.
Right, live a little.
Honestly,
The disease, it's
honestly,
no
I don't
problem.
think I would eat armadillo either. Coon is all right if cooked by somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. It can be really greasy, especially if it's very early in the winter when they're putting on some fat. I did not like it myself because it was too greasy, but lots of people love it barbecued. As far as all game out there, my favorite, hands down, is pheasant. And then second on that list would be elk.
Yeah, any kind of game bird, pheasant, quail. Yeah, Cornish game
I
hens, stuff
didn't
like that. Yeah.
I didn't care for bear. It was tough as hell. And moose was all right, but it was a little bit more gamey, and that may have just been the way it was cooked. I like most critters that walk.
I heard that like wild hog, like the bacon, like that they make out of those down in like Texas and stuff. Like I'm looking forward to that.
I have had wild boar a couple of times, and the last time I had it, I don't know what the hell they did to it, but it was the most rank smelling shit I ever smelled. It was god awful, and I haven't had the stomach to try it again. But I mean, we come from an era where, uh, especially grandparents of mine would, whatever the hell you can get, you'd eat. So
Yep,
yeah,
it's
back
hard
when
to
you,
discriminate when you got to fill your belly and your family's belly, right?
yeah, you whatever you could manage to trap or hunt is what you ate. And granted, I was at the very tail end of that, but it was ingrained enough in the family that they would still cook stuff that most people wouldn't consider eating today on a pretty regular basis. Aunts and uncles, especially. My mom wouldn't. I think the strangest thing I ever seen my mom cook was cow tongue, and I fucking couldn't eat that. Ugh, that was fucking gross. I can tell you there are certain parts of the animal that do not need to be put in a skillet unless it's really ground up first. And cow tongue's one of them. I don't do much in like I don't wild turkey hunt here because it costs $25 to get the freaking permit to get one damn turkey, and I can go buy it at the store cheaper. Just doesn't make financial sense.
It doesn't make financial sense, but still for like the sport of it, right? And stuff like that, that still might be a thing. I'm sure that there's plenty of guys who still do it just for the sporting aspect.
Oh, I'm sure it's pretty popular around here, but it's not one that I would do because I hunt for practical reasons, to be honest with you. I hunt for food or to protect the food, which is why I hunt squirrels or I hunt coyotes, fox, and feral cats. I haven't been rabbit hunting this year, but we haven't had weather yet to make me want to go. If I go rabbit hunting, I want to go when it's snowy so I can see where they're at. I would like to get a beagled around, but I got enough fucking mutts here as it is. I'm trying to think of other weird shit that I've had. I've ate eel, which tastes like catfish,
I've had tiger shark before.
but it was caught out of the same creek in Missouri where we caught catfish, about 3.5 foot long eel, probably about the diameter of a regular soda can. And even as a kind of finicky kid, I was bound and determined to have some of that eel when we got it. I don't know why, but how it tastes like catfish.
I really like bison meat.
Bison is good. Buffalo's
I mean,
good.
but I prefer buffalo over over normal cow, just because buffalo is leaner. It's got a little tang to it, but I like it more than just regular cow.
You should like deer then.
No, it
It's a
tastes
lot
different.
leaner.
It tastes different than deer for me. Way different.
I don't really didn't notice the difference, but what I had was somewhere when we was going to California as a kid, they had various roadside stands where you could try stuff, and that's where I tried rattlesnake in Buffalo, which it was great. I mean, I liked it,
I love
but
rattlesnake chili.
all I had was fried rattlesnake, and it was not much.
Rattlesnake chili is the best.
It's about like eating chicken nuggets. I think it was a little bit not quite as dense of a meat. It was more like oh hell, like eating a whitefish meat, but it didn't have any kind of fishy taste to it at all. It was like eating a real airy kind of chicken. I liked it, but I was 9 years old. Snapping turtle's good, frog's good. What else? Beefalo, where they crossbred cows in Buffalo, that's good. I've had goat. I didn't like that. Lamb is fine. Like Dad was saying about any kind of game bird, I do not care for waterfowl. It's freaking greasy as hell.
You don't like duck?
No. Duck is too fucking greasy. Now, there may be ways to prepare it that it ain't, and I don't know those, but I've tried duck. I actually went duck hunting and got a couple of ducks and brought them home back when the kids were little, and it was greasy as all hell. We couldn't eat it. I love pheasant. I love dove, but dove is one that's another one that's really not worth the fucking effort, because it takes several doves to make a meal. That's starting to spend a little bit of money on decent shotgun shells to get enough dove to feed the whole family. You might as well go shoot a fucking squirrel or two. So I'd say that for most of my life, I've been hunted for practicality. I didn't just hunt for sport. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
Don't worry about it. I don't have anything to add. I was just yelling to yell.
Surprisingly good and versatile. You can use squirrel anywhere you use chicken. And you can also mimic cooking procedures for beef, like roast beef, or you can roast squirrel that way. Of course, you can roast chicken that way too. But squirrel is it'd be like Cornish hen, only it's probably not quite as rich. It's real similar to eating chicken. But it would be kind of like chicken that's a blend of dark and light meat together, in the middle. It's not quite as dark as dark meat.
Right.
But it's good eating. I mean, I don't know about squirrels that are in town that are eating out of trash cans and whatnot. 'Cause I've heard from people say that they ain't worth a shit. And that may well be true. I don't know. They don't let me shoot them around here. Cats seem to like them if they can catch them. Rabbit, I don't like because I cannot get through cleaning one without barfing my guts out. Although I haven't tried it since I had my stomach valve fixed and I can't throw up anymore, so. Squab is just pigeon. I suppose pigeon would be just fine if, you got pigeons that are uh, like around here, they would be fed from corn and shit that's around the area. If there are pigeons that are picking up trash to eat, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd watch out on pigeon.
I'm certain that there's not a big problem with eating pigeons around here. And you can kill them bastards year round. I can assure you, most anything out there is edible if you can get it. You know, if times get bad, I got no problem with killing pigeons and trying them. They look like a jumbo dove, so if they taste as good as dove, they'd be great. I don't know that I'd ever have the guts to try eating a rat. But I don't know why not either. I mean, if it all comes with what they're eating. Like if I go up the elevator and kill rats, they're living underneath the elevator where they're being fed on grain all the time. I don't see what would be different about that than anything else that eats grain. Yeah, Angry, I agree with you. Times get bad. There isn't much I wouldn't consider killing to eat and to feed the family.
I don't know. My go-to in like hard times would still be fishing because I don't know. Like if you're even a half-ass decent fisherman, you can you know replenish and it replenishes fast. Like you can catch quite a bit of fish.
Well, fishing would be a part of it. I can tell you that for sure. My boss, or former boss, I guess, has an 80-acre pond that was a borrow pit for the interstate. Or 80 acres, shit. 7-acre pond, 80 feet deep. That is freaking cold. And the people that originally owned the land that they did it on, they stocked it with black crappie hybrids and catfish and a few other things. And man, there's some good fish in there and good eats.
I think I got the chat room to look a bit better on the early watch, like the regular lobby chat. I looked at what G-Webs did and I fixed it. Sorry to interrupt there. It's just, had to.
Well, if I get booted, it's your fault because I refreshed.
Well, then I'll wear that I'll wear that as a badge of honor.
I ain't too damn honorable. I get booted a couple of times every fucking day in the show.
I got booted out of my own chat from Comcast, so it's part of the course today.
Hell, on the second show, me and Jimmy got booted out of freaking YouTube. Hey, that looks more normal.
Yeah. I figured out what G-Webs did, and I just went and applied it. I'll try and apply it to all the chat rooms I can later, but for now, that's what it looks like. I don't know why we can't have the people be in a separate window and just with a slider on it, but whatever.
It's about what it was yesterday.
It's close, so doing that.
Oh shit, man! I can't. I shouldn't have took flea medicine. I'll tell you. I wanted to end the damn coughing, but now I can't hardly hold my freaking eyes open.
What about the coffin?
I took some Theraflu here half an hour ago. Whenever I went in and got my coffee, I'm really groggy right now. Hell, it's Friday, and this has been a fairly long week on the show.
Right.
Even though a couple of days are short.
I know. If you guys want to end it early, we can end it early, or we can keep going.
Well, we need to, at some point, get to the Guess That Guns that have been put aside for several days now.
Yeah. Sorry, Sean. Oh, he's going to give me shit for it. I know he is. Just now.
Well, at least he's here, so.
Yeah, at least he's here today. Yeah. So.
It amazes me to think about these fuckers that are coming out now saying, give us what Hillary would have given us, basically.
Not going to happen.
I know it. But, why would you waste your fucking time even? Shit. We need more money.
Two
and more
words.
border control. Fuck
Two
you.
words, Tony. Attention whore. That's why.
You may well be on to something.
Yep.
I really love the interview they had with Mexico's former president on whatever the fuck NBC's Today Show. When he says, "Hey, I told him I wasn't going to pay for no fucking wall."
Yeah. What did the Mexican president say? Trump can pay for his own fucking wall.
I heard the Mexican president said something along the lines like, "Okay, like go ahead and build the wall. We'll. It's not like we're not going to build the tunnel." So.
Oh snap!
This was the former president, and he had told Trump back when he met with him when he was a candidate before he had got the nomination, he wasn't going to build no fucking wall. And they bleeped out the fucking part, but that's what he said.
Well, they already owe us like $60 billion in arrears, right? And like, so Trump's going to basically cut off like all sorts of funding, all sorts of things. He's going to put trade embargoes on them. Like the wall will, in the end, them building the wall would have been so much cheaper for them. This is going to cost them so much. They have no idea for refusing to build a wall. But that's
the point, though, right?
Well, no, the point's to keep our country safe and keep criminals out of our country.
Well, then, by that point, shouldn't we ban all Californians from leaving California?
I've said it the entire time. If we build a wall around Mexico, we might as well extend it up through, California. I've said that the entire time.
I'm okay if we extend that wall from California all the way up to, Washington.
No, I don't think Oregon and Washington's a lost cause yet.
Well, I think.
Don't.
Well, no. Follow me here for a second. We'd be getting rid of PBR.
And Yankee.
No. Okay, well, now that you threw Yankee, that might be the icing on the cake. No, but seriously, I don't think that they're a lost cause yet, like California is. I hope that it. It actually is on the whitehouse.gov site. There is a petition that was introduced, I believe, yesterday, the 26th, about saving California, like gun rights, right? And it's basically about giving California that the gun laws are unjust there. And so there is a new petition on the whitehouse.gov site to help save California. I recommend everyone when they go over there to sign the repeal the NFA and repeal the Hughes Amendment and stuff like that. When they go sign those petitions, to go sign the Save the California, give them their guns rights back petition too. And then there's another petition on the site to make California a sovereign nation. So I suggest signing that one too while you're there.
Hold on. Let me say this right now. Matt, hashtag never enough petitions. Never enough. You know, if California wants to secede from the Union and start a civil war, let them, please. Do it. That way New York and New Jersey follow suit too. Give us a reason to remove all those liberals. Do it. See what happens.
Like, okay, like if you get gangrene in your finger, right? Like you got to cut off that finger to save the hand, right? And I kind of look at it the same way. Like California is a disease-infested, just melting pot right now, and we gotta maybe cut that shit off to save the rest of the country.
From a lot of shady individuals, and I mean that just so far as all those lawyers and the Californian government. You don't have no one in the Californian government right now isn't someone who isn't a lawyer. They're all liberal lawyers. Because there's not enough upstanding Republicans in the Californian government to stop all that anti-gun legislation and stop all that, not even just anti-gun, just anti-citizen legislation.
Shit, what was I going to say? God, he's getting old and being senile.
I think you were going to say something along the lines of make America great again.
That's right.
Oh, no, but I was going to say, hell, every fucking politician out there is a lawyer except Trump. Right and or left.
And that's the whole reason why I was like one of the only guys from the very start who wanted Trump, because everyone else was a fucking career politician except for maybe Carson. And that's why I wanted Trump, is because not only was he a successful businessman that didn't believe in crazy pyramid theories, he wasn't a career politician. That's what I've been saying for years, that's what we needed to get in the White House, was someone who was not a career politician, because career politicians do nothing but fuck this country and fuck the people over.
But Trump also proves another thing. He proves that our system does work, and that our forefathers intended that anyone in this country, doesn't matter what job they have, anyone in this country can run for president, and if they're a good enough candidate, they can win. Now, and yeah, you can argue that he won because he's a billionaire. Well, that helps, but he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't a politician.
Trump spent less money on his campaign because everyone else, like Hillary and shit, did all the work for him. He spent less money on his campaign, like going back to like Reagan, or was it Carter or something, like in the last 30 years, like he spent less money on his campaign than like anyone else. So, I mean, I don't know about that, about him being a billionaire is the reason why that helped him win. I don't think that was a factor at all. Very little advertising.
Financially crafty son of a bitch, you can say that. He certainly is that.
I mean, I was watching Hillary ads running daily, 50 times a day on the same channel. Every time I turned the channel, there was a Hillary ad. I never saw Trump ads running. What I saw Trump doing was Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and free sources of advertising, and I didn't see him doing all these different TV commercials and all this other bullshit. I didn't see him spending his money anywhere.
And he gets his name mentioned 50 fucking times every half hour on news programs.
Yep.
Hell, he's still getting that. I'll tell you, though, there's been several of them that come out even today and said that they have never seen the first week of a presidency be so damn busy.
Oh, yeah. He's not out golfing, I'll tell you that. He's out You know, he's getting shit done, dude. Like, just like I said he would. I also predicted that he would, like, that his very first day in office, he would actually do shit and get shit done. And Trump actually started getting stuff done the moment he was elected. Not
Day
he didn't
one.
Wait till he didn't wait till he got into office. The moment he got elected, he started doing things and getting shit done. He did more from the time he was elected, from the time he was sworn in, than Obama did in his full 8 years.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have to get with the. I would love to keep on talking about this because this is a great conversation, but we're gonna have to do the guess that gun because I'm gonna have to cut it early and go get lunch and stuff for the family.
Oh, you big wuss.
Yeah, I know. Well, I could keep it running, and you guys could just continue on and hand links out for people if you want to do that.
Nah, I don't care. I was just bitching
That's
because the conversation turned interesting, actually.
Well, I'm only saying this because, family wants me to go get food, so, I'll go get food for them and bring it back. So that's no problem. But, if you want me to just keep on running it, you guys want to continue talking, doing the whole interactive chat thing, go for it. I mean, I'm not going to stop you.
No, I don't want to. I'm having a little difficulty with concentrating as it is. I'll know tomorrow not to take any more freaking flu medicine. Try to do this show. Or Monday. Let's do guess that gun.
All right. And good morning, G-Webs. Nice to see you up and about. Yep,
So
we're going to do
Is it now officially a week that he's been president?
Yeah, now 5 days.
Excellent.
A working week. And guess what he's been doing? He's been working. All right, so Sean, I hate to say this, but you're the guess that gun today. You are persona non grata for these questions because these are all the ones you submitted. So, just putting that out there so you can't guess them. And I got mail. All right. It's not any good mail.
It appears to be better. At least I can be in on the chat and hang out at the same time today. I couldn't do that yesterday.
Yeah, the timestamps are gone from the things. All right. Anyways, this first guess that gun. It weighs about 13 pounds. The length is about 22 inches. The barrel length is 13 inches. It's got a capacity of 5 rounds.
Davy Crockett semi-auto.
No.
I reckon I could get off my dead ass and open the damn sheets and look.
Yeah, I got it in the sheets if you want to look at it. I mean, I linked the sheets in there so you can just click the link. So
I clicked the link.
Yeah.
Just waiting.
I'm using his examples for him. So let's see. If anybody has an answer on the YouTube side, just put it in the YouTube side and we'll see if you get it right or not.
Well, number 3 is kind of a dead fucking giveaway.
You can tell G-Webs hasn't had his gluten-free coffee yet today.
Well, did you break your W?
I'd like to buy a W. All right. So I'll give the answer to the question again. This Dead Horse, can you mute your mic?
Yeah, if it's
It's echoing.
Oh.
Okay. Wow. This Guess That gun it weighs about 13 pounds. The length is about 22 inches. The barrel length is 13 inches. The capacity is 5 rounds. I'll give you an extra clue. It costs $40 per round to fire.
Okay, these are guns out of Sean's collection, I take it.
Yeah. And I'll give you another one. This gun uses a loading gate and is single action only. There you go. Easy one. It's not a JDJ. It is not a Smith & Wesson 500.
I can see what it is on the sheet, but I can't get the freaking link to open. Ah, well, fuck it, I don't need to.
Don't worry about it. That link is all. It's all just text, anyways. There's no images, so. What else?
I don't have any idea what else because I can't get it to freaking open. It's not the 950 JDJ, I can say that.
All right. If you guys can't get it, I'm going to save it for another time. I'm not going to tell you the answer.
Yeah, because these are getting too damned hard to come up with. Shouldn't
Yeah.
be giving away the answers.
Yeah. So.
Teach
Okay,
you guys
we're
to do a little after class studying.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We're going to move on to the next one, which is a little easier. And I'm going to give you a hint. It was featured on Forgotten Weapons. So there's your hint. But literally every old gun has been featured on Forgotten Weapons, so it's not much of a hint. So all right. It weighs a little over 8 pounds. The length is about 43 inches. The barrel length is about 23 inches. The capacity is 10 rounds. I will give you the hint that it is magazine fed, and it was built by 5 manufacturers. That's your hint.
Of course, it's magazine bed if it holds 10 rounds. Well, I guess it could be a revolver too. Retract that statement.
It's magazine fed. Revolvers don't have magazines unless you're that kid on Instagram or Vine with that magazine underneath the. We're not going to go with that.
Hey, all these smart ass quips can't be gems, you know. It's not a Colt Navy.
It is not a
Neither
Colt
was the last
Navy.
one.
Neither was the last one. Well, we're on to the next Guess That Gun because, yeah. All right. So, Sean. You're making it too hard on people.
Why nobody even guessing?
Yeah, nobody's even guessing. It's because Sean can't answer.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Okay. I'll give you another hint now that I have it loaded up. All right. The Guess That Gun is the weight is a little over 8 pounds. The length is about 43 inches. The barrel length is about 23 inches. Capacity, 10 rounds. Magazine fed, built by 5 manufacturers. Okay. Another hint, it is gas delayed blowback action. It is a semi-auto. There's another hint.
Come on, guys. Sean would have got that with just the weight.
Not a Glock 44. Not an FN.
On that bit.
Okay, guys. I'll give you another hint. Think World War II.
It's not a Benelli MR1.
It's not a Benelli MR1 either. Yeah. I said think World War II.
I think Angry might be lagging a little bit. So
Yeah, I'll give that to Angry. So, what else?
if I remember correctly, kin to this thing has been featured on this Guess That Gun before.
Yeah.
£8. Can you give him the stats again?
Yeah, I'll give you the stats again. So, this gun is a little over 8 pounds. Oh, yeah, little over 8 pounds. Length 43 inches. Barrel length 23 inches. Capacity 10 rounds. But I will give you another clue. It can use a 30-round clip. Not clip, but magazine. It can use a 30-round magazine. But the standard in this one was 10. It is magazine fed, as I just said. Built by 5 manufacturers. It's a gas delayed blowback. And it's semi-auto. Close. Keep going, Clay. You're close.
You need a shitload more letters than that.
Yes, you do. And a number. It's not a Thompson.
No, Thompson's not even close.
Think the other side, not the Allied side. Think the other side. Wow.
It's not FNAB 43.
Good guess, though. That might be one we should do, another time. Well, if I'm telegraphing this one, then you know what that means. That means I'm doing it in style.
It's not a Grossfuss. Grossfuss.
Not a
Not
PPS.
PPS.
All right, I'm gonna give him an easy clue so that'll help him. Nope, it's not a CPW. It's okay. I'm gonna give you 2 more clues, which will probably give it away. But 1, it's from Germany during World War II. 2, it's an 8mm Kurz. It was featured on Forgotten Weapons. And before you ask, it's not the STG-44. There's your last clue.
Clay was on the right track with his answer. He just was not quite there.
I'm pretty sure he was going to say the Sturmgewehr 44, and that is not the right answer. Yes, Clay, you're getting there. Keep going. I know you can do this. All you need is... Come on, Angry. You got three letters. There's the last clue. Actually, 2 letters and 1 number. There. It's really easy. You can do this. Okay, give me a number. I need a number. Come on. Come on, guys. You can do this. I believe in you. Give me a number.
Yeah, you're both on the right thing. Just need which one.
There we go. Angry got it.
One.
You know, I literally had to give them the answers.
Not everybody is a fucking encyclopedia of German weaponry.
Oh, I know. And no, Justin, not 7. Nice try. No. Not 2 or 1, Smeggy. They already gave me the number. So it goes to Angry. Angry got this one. All right. So, all right. So on the YouTube side, Sean, it is not an SKS. Sean Callahan on the YouTube side said SKS. It is not the SKS. So it was the
goddamn Germans are pretty crafty arms makers.
Volkssturmgewehr 1. It was the VG1, the first variant. It was designed by Walther. The VG1 was Walther. Spreewerk Berlin was the VG2. Rheinmetall was the VG3. Mauser, the VG4. And Steyr was the VG5. In the Volkssturmgewehr variants, those were their designations because they were made by 5 manufacturers. So, all right. So what we're going to do, and these were last ditch rifles. The Volkssturmgewehr meant people's assault rifle. But literally, these were last-ditch rifles. These were made worse than any rifle made in China. These are like, let's take what nuts, bolts, and what parts we have left with some wood and put it together and see what we got. It works, but even Ian from Forgotten Weapons said he does not want to use one of these things for a prolonged amount of time because they weren't made to last. All right, so we're going to go to the last question here. The last question. It weighs about 25 to 30 ounces. The length is about 7 to 8 inches. The barrel length is about 3.5 to 4.5 inches. Capacity, 10 to 17 rounds, depending on the caliber. I'm going to give you another clue. It's magazine fed. And the last clue, it is semi-automatic. I'll give you another clue in a second. Well, no,
Angry
he did. No, Angry did get the first one, but way after we were over taking it. Like, and that's halfway. That's not the full name for it. So, but
You're on the right track, Angry.
we need that first part of that first one, but we're not going in the first one. We're on the third one now. So, you missed
If he
your
gets
chance.
it right, he gets it right.
Yeah, all right, I'll give it to him. But all right, again, this one weighs 25 to 30 ounces. Length about 7 to 8 inches. Barrel length 3.5 to 4.5 inches. Capacity 10 to 17 rounds, depending on caliber. It's semi-automatic, magazine fed. I'll give you another clue. It uses a modular system. There's the big clue. And another clue, last clue I'm going to give for now, it's a handgun. Which one is it? That should narrow it down for you guys quite a bit.
Sorry, but I had to jump in there. That precedent had already been set the other day by somebody. No, it's not a P250.
Not a P250. Go higher.
Or lower.
Or lower. Or
But you're
sideways.
wrong. Yeah, something.
Try again. What do you guys say on the YouTube side? Oh, no answers. No answers there. So
Ding, ding, Angry got that one.
Angry got it. Angry got all three of them today. You know, I'm just gonna. He doesn't have to give me the other part of the revolver, but I'm just gonna say Angry got all three of them. So that was today's Guess That Gun.
Well, tell them what the first one actually was.
All right. Well, we'll go and do it and tell you what the first one actually was. Even though I wanted to save it, it was the Pfeiffer Zeliska 600 Nitro Express revolver. And the reason why it's $40 per round is because 600 Nitro Express is a freaking elephant gun, elephant caliber, literally.
Is that revolver a handgun?
Yes,
Who
it's
the fuck did shoot that other than Sean?
it's a hand cannon. All right, let me get a picture so you can see it.
I ain't going to be able to see it.
Okay, you don't need to see it, but it's ridiculous. I'll show it for everyone else because it is ridiculous.
Are you going to screen share? Because I just upped my bandwidth to see if I could get myself booted or
Yeah.
something.
Hold on. Look how ridiculous that thing is. Look how large the caliber is. They're all upsized.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I wish they'd put
you're
the person's hand in there to give some scale.
I can show you another picture if you want. Let's show. There. How's that? Turn your bandwidth back on.
I never shut it back down.
Look at that. There. There's a clear indication.
Fuck. Son of a bitch.
You know what? I don't want a 44 Magnum. I want a 600 Nitro Express. I want a Zelenska. Or Zeliska. There we go.
I'm afraid ass. I don't think I could tote that fucker.
Look at this ridiculous thing. Remember, Sean is from Texas, so you know everything is bigger in Texas, right?
You got one or two of those, Sean?
I'm sure he's got like 3.
That's a gun that you would have to reload.
Well, it's 600 Nitro Express. That's literally a elephant round.
I mean, loading one chamber of of rounds would pay for the reloading supplies.
Yeah.
Purchase of the Zelensky includes its own chiropractor. I would hope so.
It should. That's for damn sure.
Oh shit! Oh hey, there's a special report on NBC News. Let's see what's going on.
It's NBC News. Well, thank you, Sean, for the Guess That Guns today. So
The joint press conference. I don't give a shit about that. No, I'm not on.
MSNBC. There we go.
I'm just on plain NBC.
Yeah.
Bitch, Trump is reading.
Trump is what?
He's actually reading off of a written page.
Hey, he has to.
Somebody must have got to him about that winging shit off the cuff.
I don't know. Some of his winging has been pretty good lately. Because I heard his speech at the GOP meeting, the GOP meeting yesterday, and that was a pretty good speech for Trump. It wasn't a campaign speech either. It was the normal, Trump speech.
I actually liked his inauguration speech just fine,
but the liberals.
I'm one who favors isolationism.
I'm not so much as isolationist as I am, we should fix our own country first before trying to go and interfere with somebody else's.
What the hell do you think isolationism is?
Well, that's not entirely, practice what we preach, but if somebody asks for our help, we should go and help them too. One version was. Look at the gun. Look at the gun on that Wikipedia page, and that doesn't look like a bolt action to me. Also, check out Ian at Forgotten Weapons, his review of the VG1, because he's got one there that he shoots.
For just a second, so I won't be able to hear you. I want to listen to this.
Anyways, what did Trump do? Why is he America's hero today? Because what did he do? Did he do something I missed?
Well, one nifty thing, the Queen just invited him for a state visit in England.
You think he'll take it?
I would imagine so.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned with Trump, I'm okay if you go and visit the Queen and say hi and keep up with good relations. But Trump, we are America. Do us a favor. Don't do what Obama did. Do not bow to the Queen. Do not bow, because we are Americans. We're not royal subjects. At most, give her her salute or a wave or whatever you do that is, that is respectful to the Queen, that when you're not a subject, because we as Americans are not British subjects. We cut those shackles off during the Revolutionary War.
Now, what the fuck does it matter if he bows to the Queen?
Because if he bows, if he bows or kneels to the Queen, that shows that that is showing fealty to the royal family. And we we basically cut off the royal family from intervening with America when we rose up against England and became our own country.
But the royal family does not control England anymore.
But that's not the point. No American should ever have to bow or, show fealty to the royal family. Period. That's not to say you shouldn't go and be respectful and meet them, if they want to, have a meeting or, a get together. But the issue is you should never bow to the royal family because they're not your royal family. As America does not have a king or queen. You salute the president, though. That's different. And G-Web is saying, Tony can't see why our president should not bow to another state. She's not the head of state. She is a figurehead, but we should not bow to another country's ruler because it's not our country. And that's the point I'm trying to get. I mean, if we were English, yeah, fine, bow to her because you're a subject. Whether she controls the country anymore or not, but a president should never bow or show or show fealty to any other nation other than our own. If he wants to bow, he bows to the American people, not to not to royalty. That's the thing. Now, whether it's protocol or protocol for relations or whatnot, he needs to set precedents and make it clear that we are a free people. We are a free nation. We are one nation under God. And I know not everybody believes in God and whatnot, but it's part of our the Pledge of Allegiance, which we have pledged our allegiance to the United States, not England. All right, now I'm done with that. I didn't mean to jump down your throat or go after you, Tony. It's just I had to make that clear because whether it's political relations or whatnot, it should never be done by any American citizen. No matter how high they are in our government or how low they are, if just down to just down to you or me, the common citizen, we should never have to bow to somebody else's king or queen because we're not a part of their country. Well, that's that. But with this is pertaining to royalty, not pertaining to culture. And yeah, in some of the Asian nations, a bow is a sign of respect, not so much as showing fealty to royalty. But in this point, with royalty, it's different. Anyways, Tony, are you still there? Did you leave me in the dust?
Your stupid ass. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm still here.
I just wanted to cover that because it's come up, and if he does accept it and plays nice with the rest of the world, that's fine. He can do that if he wants. He's the president, but he's got to make good on his campaign promises, which he's been doing. And two, that's all I want to see from him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see images or video of him bowing to another nation's sovereign. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of being free.
The first question he got when they broke apart, or actually the lady from Britain said that, can you tell us where you and the president agrees? And then she went to turn to Trump. He said, geez, there goes that relationship.
Snap.
It was funny.
Yep. All right, guys. Hate to say it, but I have to cut this short. I got to go pick up food. So thank you all for watching the early watch. Check out the Daily Gun Show coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern. Tonight is also this afternoon after the Daily Gun Show, I assume, or maybe towards the end of it. I think Heavy B is going to start up an early Friday night Sites chat because he's not going to do it late at night. He's doing it earlier in the afternoon now. What else is going on tonight? Dead Horse is doing an AR-15 building chat tonight, so check that out. So look for that. There's also Edge's Edge of the Week. I think Edge is doing his chat tonight, so you got that coming up. So, did I miss anything else?
Shit, I don't know. I don't think so.
All right. Well, that's all that's going on tonight on Gun Channels. I will see you guys next week. Hopefully, I won't have to run it. But, again, we'll see what happens. If Jimmy needs me to run it, I'll run it. But other than that, that's all I can do. All right. Thank you for listening. This was the Early Watch.
Good day, everybody.
Peace.